Actually, shouldn't be putting it over there, should I? Hello everyone! How is everyone today? Hello Rapali. Hello Sichi. Hello Liliana. Hello Queen, how are you? Hello Alina. Lava says, hi, will I hear back from the Scorpio before the end of this weekend? Yes, you will, for sure. Sichi says, current feelings of Navas towards me. They're getting out of their headspace and they're getting more in their heart space. So they're kind of trying to be less hard with you and a little bit more softer. So give them a little bit of time to work out how they're treating you, because I feel like they tend to be a little bit stubborn or hard-headed right now, and they really want to be softer with you because they really care for you. Liliana says Valentine's parents will accept our relationship. Yes, they will accept you as this person's partner. Rupali says, will my lawyer, Mahavir, and Judge Gamit convince Sonam on the 16th of January to do alimony settlement? No, there's still a death card, so there's something in the past that you have to remove yourself from. So there might be that you might be asking for too much, the alimony settlement. If you're actually offering it, you might have to offer higher. And there's a get up and go card, so it's more like, are you happy with what you got? You know, like, do you need to draw it out, or will offering higher just mean that you can get out of this situation faster? Chrissy says, where should I move for work? Okay, so I think a little bit further away from your parents. So there's kind of a little bit of like they're squashing you a little bit. Take adventure and explore, because at the moment you're too afraid of like escaping or doing things that you like, and somewhere a little bit more sunny. So there's kind of like a lot of sun, a lot of people around you that are relaxing, having a great time. So it could be somewhere that people do a lot of tourism, but I think that'll be where you should go for work. Arita says, am I mentally clean from X? Have you released him? I think so, because there seems to be that case where you feel that that energy is gone. However, you're not manifesting someone in. You're very welcome, Chrissy. You're not manifesting someone in yet, because I think you're still not ready for it, but you have released that energy from your ex. Enchantress says, Sagittarius SM's actions towards me. At the moment, this person's a little bit worried about the future. So they're finding you a little bit annoying, a little bit stressful right now. It's only because they haven't talked to you about stress, like what that's like they're stressed about. So for them, like, maybe they need some time, you know, to work on things that they need to address. So you might be taking up a little bit of their time right now. That doesn't mean that they need space. They just need a little bit more time maybe a little bit more, how can I explain it? You know, like empathy, but not like just active listening, not just empathy. They might not need that empathy, but they need someone to actively listen to them. And also the whole ability that they see you as actually a potential future partner for to raise a family with. This is a very strong indicator that this person's ready to settle down and have a family. And actually seeing that as a potential with you is very strong that they are very committed to this relationship. So Mia says, question 1, Welland's attentions and next actions towards me. We're coming out with these things. Give me a second. You're very welcome. So Willen's next attentions for you. There seems to be this as well. It could just be that at the moment they're wanting to surprise you. I think there's a surprise coming, so you shouldn't be so anxious or nervous around them because they're trying to reassure you that nothing's wrong. The relationship's fine, but there seems to be a celebration coming in for both of you. And I think this is a surprise. So don't question too much like what they're doing, who they're with, because this is a surprise that's coming in for you. No contact right now. That's interesting because it seems like they're still very much in contact with you. Give me one moment because I need to oh no, give me a second. How is everybody? Okay, sorry. Egg Yolk says, question 1, help me understand my childhood trauma. This one came out again. Firstly, you were a very neglected child, or that doesn't mean that your parents didn't love you. Sometimes our needs don't get met when we're kids. So this has like made you feel a lot more responsible in life very early on. So there was kind of like this pressure to get started very, very early, and try and make your way in life. So it's kind of a hard thing for you to deal with right now is that there's a disconnect between who you were as a child and now you as an adult. So there's kind of like this disconnect between the inner child and yourself. So take time to really do the things that the inner child wants to do. So therefore, if the inner child wants to play and you have free time, do that. So there's kind of that bit where don't grieve for the past. Do the things that you would do if you were a child or you felt like connected to your inner child. There's also savings. So it might be that you don't trust people now to share your feelings with. It might be like sharing the event with. So there's no like detachment. Welcome in, clean music lover. Um, there's kind of this detachment when it comes to life, and that's really like how you are right now, and you should. The hardest part is when you are repeating over and over and over again a memory and you haven't been able to get past it in life, then you're reinforcing that pathway to that memory over and over and over again, and it becomes stronger. So sometimes, like, even talking about it tends to diminish the emotions we feel, like fear and shame and like all those really really strong emotions, because they're connected socially. So for me, looking at it, you did deal a lot with abandonment, and you still have scars from that. And you have to realize that you now are overdoing it, you know? Trust more people with your life. Salwa says, liked messages from my Libra. What does he want to tell me? We are separated. Okay. So he does feel your energy. He's sorry that he lied to you. He realizes that was bad. Now, I honestly, I don't feel like this person's really understood how that affected you, or in what ways they affected you so strongly. But, you know, like, they have to deal with this, you know? They can't keep pushing under the rug of their lies. But I don't know. Like, for me, I still feel like it's coming from a place of trying to do better, but they still haven't learned their lesson, you know? If this person comes back in your life, they would still follow the same path or the same kind of feelings, you know? Um, they would revert back to lying. Mancia says, Muhammad Amin's attentions and next actions towards me, no contact. This person knows that they could come back to you. Like, your heart is still open to them in a very strong way, you know? Like, it's not just like, oh, you're thinking about them. And no, your heart is completely open to them. However, they're scared and they're in inaction. And I think it's because, like, um it feels like impulsive move to actually like separate, or, you know, like be out of your life. And so therefore now they feel like it's taken too much time to come back, you know? Sukania says, how does Omar Libra feel about me in distance? I think this person still wants to grow with you. This is interesting. Queen of Wands came straight out again. But yeah, there's kind of like this feeling of growing. So they still have that connection with you, but they're also in a time of like foolish energy. So with the Fool, they don't care a lot about like other people. They just care about their life. They care about like other things. So, you know, um they just proceed on with their life, you know? So I do feel like they're still trying to grow this relationship, but if there's no contact, then it's just like wasted effort, because if they're not really expressing themselves in words, then they're never going to get anywhere close to this. Cosmo says, what is the future of Ahmed and my connection? Mara Libra. Okay. So the future of your connection. Okay, so there is a celebration coming up. This card also symbolizes marriage, but this could just be a really huge celebration. The star in reverse, there's something coming in for you, not them, like a wish fulfillment for you, specifically you. So there's kind of like this wish fulfillment. If there was anything that you really wanted in a relationship, it will come to you. There's a page of wands, so there's kind of like hesitancy. You guys don't tend to make big moves. You tend to play very safe in life, and this is something that you both need to learn together, is like step up and take over. So there's got to be someone that does this. Now, most of the time, this can be a masculine energy, but in most times, you need to really work towards something in the future to keep your relationship stable. You know. So Amarita says, what's going between partner and third party? Okay. Well, I don't think the third party is being very happy right now. Yeah. So I think this third party is trying to really break this connection. Um and I think they're coming out of their headspace to realize that they have kind of effed up. Um you know, yeah, I think this third party has just completely decided that that's not. Hello, Prinyaka. It's lovely to see you too. Um, that they're really not going to stick around because your partner just is a flip flopper. You know, they just, oh yes, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and then they don't. So I do feel like this third party is left. Hello, Pure Rain. How are you? Kitty says, question one, general read. Okay. So, okay. I think that you have to rely a lot more on yourself. There's like a feeling that a lot of people aren't around to care and protect you anymore. So it's like this feeling of that you have to rely on yourself for a lot of things, and you have to realize that some people around you aren't as great of a friend as you think they are. Ace of Pentacles, there is a financial opportunity coming in for you that you know about. So there's kind of like this open palm, an open offering, and you know exactly what this means. So you should take this on. It will give you a little bit more stability, a little bit more overall comfort in your life. The star in reverse means that there is a wish fulfillment for you, or this is grow yourself first. Like, pour the water on yourself. Instead of enriching others, you should be working on yourself first. Okay? So Maya says career reading for this week and for next week regarding my performance. Okay. Okay. All right. So, career reading for this week is Page of Pentacles. You need to learn a little bit more about financial issues overall. There seems to be a bit of like a frustration there with you trying to deal with the finances that involves for you. There's also a feeling that you really connect with this company culture. So you need to realize that you should reflect a lot more back to people. So this could be mirroring, like mirror their words back to other people. This makes you instantly likable. Like a lot of people want to be heard back or listened to, and sometimes mirroring means that you're also actively listening. Your performance, there's some bad things about your performance review. There might be that you wanted a promotion or you wanted a pay rise and they said not yet. However, you should talk to a coworker regarding if they've already got a pay rise or something. You should ask them how they did it, because that means that you're already in control of this. Because you could sit there and go, well, I know this person's on a pay rise, I know that their job title says this. If I take this on, will like I get my pay rise? Because um honestly, at the moment, they really like you, but there seems to be not enough money or something like that, like an excuse like that. Queen Libra says, what is next in my relationship with N? So this person's very directed on you. Ooh, there's also another person coming in for you. This might be actually your father. So this is the interesting thing, because there's two men, but this could be actually your dad, if this person's still alive, that is. So there is King of Pentacles. Now, why I said this is a father figure is because they're very, very direct with money. Like they're overdoing the money aspect. They might be like a little bit of a workaholic. The King of Wands in reverse is definitely the person that you're asking about, because they're very directed towards you. And so it's kind of a weird thing where you might have not got a lot of love from your dad because they were busy working. And so this person's a very much like very working for you. But you need to get out of your headspace and realize that your dad's not going to particularly like the person that you like, because they're different. So they, like King of Pentacles would see King of Wands reversed as a fool. Like they are too playful, they don't care about finances, they don't care about money, they don't care where the money is coming from. And so therefore they always seem to, yeah, get it wrong, you know? That bit where like you couldn't be as serious as King of Pentacles in reverse, you know? So you have to kind of figure out how you're going to get them to like each other, because at the moment they won't like each other, okay? Hello! Have appointment in view? That's okay, Karen. I understand that. Jem says, question one, what messages do I need to know right now? Thank you. Okay, so you need to be a little bit subtle, a little bit more subtler than you are now. I think this might be with the universe. This is the message that I'm receiving. It's not with other people. But I think you can be demanding the universe give you what you want. Instead of sitting there going, focus on giving and things will come back to you. You're very welcome, Queen. So there's also two paths that you can take right now. So there's kind of crossroads where you can proceed on and you can choose two paths. So it's a fork in the road. So you can choose which adventure you want to go down, and it'll be great because they're completely different. If you're single, there's someone coming in for you. If you're in a relationship, it means your bond is becoming more of a practical love. So this feels more like a negotiation, a understanding, a practicality of sharing your life with each other, which is great. It's a beautiful thing. So I do see you guys being both very highly practical. Anna says, "Hi dear, does my ex have a decision about me? No contact." I don't think so. No, they don't have a decision at this time about you. Um, they're thinking about a lot of other things, but I would definitely say that they don't have a decision at all about you right now. Prinyaka says, "How? Why does Earring's mom don't want to know me to marry, despite knowing he loves me? Has she done okay? Has she done any spells? Okay. Oh, okay. So the first question that I see right now is because you're very very good for him. This could be that she has a very emotional connection with her son, which is not a good thing, by the way, because then she's always going to compete with any woman in his life. So she gets her emotional connection through him instead of her husband. If she's separated from his dad, it can be that she has used this your your love as the emotional connection for this relationship going along. The spells, no, she doesn't know how to use spells. However, I do feel like you're going to be married in the future, whether she likes it or not. So it's kind of like this bit where she's got to accept this. Will Asele return back to his job? Says Mo. Will Asele, no. With this hermit with the high priestess in reverse, I would say no. This person has really not wanted to come back to work for longest time, and now they've decided that they probably won't want to come back to his job anyway. Sam says, "My name is Suresh Amjad. Will Isa Samad call me for reconciliation before March? No contact with cancers." I think this might take more than March, but I do feel like you guys come back in reconciliation very soon. Reconciliation, Jesus Christ. Um, but there's no kind of movement towards this because the other person is not imagining being with you right now. So that can be something that is pushing them away right now. I would say April. That's what I'm feeling from these cards today. Alina says, please, what career should I turn to for earning well, and which city country? Okay. Something physical. So, like, for me, I was thinking a personal trainer, but this might be nutrition. It's something specialized that has to do with sports. So I'm thinking personal trainer, nutritionist, someone that knows a lot. Like you could be a fitness coach, something in general. I feel somewhere that's got lots of money. So I was thinking New York City, but it doesn't need to be New York. It's somewhere that has quite a lot of ambient money and the sunlight. So it seems like sun. This could be actually Australia based on this because the sunlight and the money. Yeah, I'm not getting America. I was thinking New York, but the sun is like, I think it's Australia. I would say Australia and more to do with nutrition slash fitness. Susie says, miss you. What is his true feelings towards me? You're very welcome. He is Libra, no contact. So heartbroken. I think that's kind of going to be a reconcilement soon because I think this person's coming back to your life because that heartbroken aspect. There's like sadness here. So honestly, I do feel like that. And there's four of wands, so this can be a celebration of some kind. This card also can symbolize marriage. So there's kind of like this feeling of wanting to come back and make it work, you know? Prob says, what are Sahib's current feelings for me? Question 2. Is there any future for you or should you move on? Okay, so his current feelings for you is that you're no distraction, um, but there's kind of like a logical mind behind this. There seems like no love here. There's more. How would I explain it? Like you guys have been together for so long that this person has no kind of real intelligent thoughts about you. Like you're very comfortable being in that presence. So there's kind of like the intelligence, the kind of wisdom. He trusts you quite a lot. So there's that kind of strong contact of trust. So should you move on? There's kind of a feeling, a scaredness of moving on. However, there seems to be some good news coming in for you that might change your mind about moving on because if there's no growth, if there's stagnant, then it's just going to keep on being stagnant for longest time. There's no change. And if this person's not ready to grow, then you can't make them grow, you know? Dreamsday says the online seller fashion addicts will deliver my clothes or they're duping me. Fashion addicts, huh? It seems to be coming. Yeah, I would say it's going to be coming this week or next week. Do you realize that it's because they've oversold things? They might have not had everything in stock before you bought it. Thank you, Karen, for that, for sure. So they didn't have the stock. They weren't looking very far forward, and so they've had to dispatch stock when it comes in. So you're the next one to get your stuff. So you can tell them that it's been a while and they might give you a discount, but in general, it's because they just haven't had it in stock when you've ordered. Okay, so Rapali says we offered 5 lakh in last discussion, but my lawyer told the judge we can increase till 7 to 8 la. Will the judge Gurmeet be successful in convincing Sonaham to accept 8? Okay. Yes. Yes. I think that is going to be successful. Lily says career reading for S. Okay, so get up and go. There's a definitely get up and go. There's kind of like the physical movement for S is like not pound the pavement, but like honestly, if there's kind of like this very like I'm going to stay at home, I'm going to just do the bare minimum, it's not going to change. There's also a removal of this might be friends or family that aren't the best kind of influences around this person because this is going to be important for the future success. There's also a focus on not thinking about the small things but seeing the bigger picture. So this could be having a goal for 5 years, having a goal of 10 years, like that kind of like focus. Hannah says, what does my ex think about me? No contact. Okay, so this person thinks you're happy and successful. Thank you, Dream Stays. Let me do that in a second. Thank you for the donation. So this is hard for them because they think you're happy. They think that you have more options because they're gone. And so they're not going to be working very hard at trying to get you back because they think you're happier that they've left. So this is hard because they do wish you well. I don't think that they have any hatred or any anger or anything like that, but there's kind of a feeling of nah, well, we won't do that. So that's the general gist here, I feel. It's like they're not coming back, but they wish you well. Dreamsday says, will KMC and I get married? Does he love me enough to commit? Does he love me at all? Well, definitely respects you, cares for you. There's also no other like distractions. So this person doesn't want to think about any other women but you. There's a feeling of commitment here. Yeah, like honestly, if this person like they're trying to get extra money, but I do feel like they will get married to you once they got the money coming in because they want like the down deposit for the house. They want to pay for things. They want to pay for the marriage, like getting married. They want to pay um for like some of the wishes that you want is what they're trying to save up for. But they do feel like this is a very practical love. So if you don't feel like you're emotionally stated, it's because they're very practical. They don't think with their heart space. They think more like um mind space, but it's not logical, it's practical. So do realize that if you want them to deal with a lot of different things, thank you, Barty, I'll do yours. I don't thank you for the donation. I'll do your reading straight after Dreams Days. But if you do want that emotional love, you might have to go and talk to your girlfriends instead of talking to them because they're not going to understand. And that strength. So they do feel very strong around you, and they do want to give you a lot of things that you don't have right now. So it's hard for them because I feel like they're just worried that you're going to leave before you they really get to show that caring. Anil really are feelings, attentions, and next actions towards me. This is interesting because two women came out. If you're asking for a male, then there's two women here. There's a feeling of not working hard enough in this relationship, but being very controlling, very demanding. Um, this could actually be the mother, not like there's sometimes like it's hard because the dynamics can change, can shift, but I do feel like this is a mother figure, not so much like a person coming in like two women fighting over this one person. The Queen of Pentacles in reverse, I do feel like it's you, the strong drive to um be successful, get what you want in life, you know? And enjoy your life, like to be able to earn your money. So there's kind of a feeling like this person doesn't work very hard because you work very hard for this person. And that's hard. I do feel like they don't work as hard as you, but they still are very controlling. And they kind of get their mom to back them up sometimes, you know? Like they tend to be the mama's boy. Um this can be a very detrimental effect if you're already married to this person. If not, then I would say that you need to move away from their mom, just to give you space, you know? There you go. Coach Hughes says, will I reconcile with N? It's interesting because there is a feeling of reconcilement, but you guys need to get over some things that happened in the past that you need to resolve. So there's kind of a feeling that something happened. You completely disintegrated. Like there was a huge tower moment. You both had to leave, like flee from the area. And so therefore there's kind of a feeling that you guys haven't forgotten. There's kind of like resentment or maybe anger to each other that this didn't work. Now, to actually bring you guys together again, you guys need to drop the anger, like why it didn't work the first time, and come back like it's a new relationship and work on practical ground rules. So there's kind of needing that practical kind of like, hey, we can work this out together, but we have to work on the practicality. The tower in reverse definitely means a reconcilement for you guys. Sagittarius Bell says, is the investigator William telling me the truth about my charges against my former employer? Thank you. Okay, so you're very strong in this situation. Thank you, Dreams Days. 11, 11, 11. I've been seeing that everywhere recently. You know, it's in everything. Honestly. So Um, yeah, I think he's telling the truth that he's being a little bit more blunt than normal. That's why you haven't done that. Thank you, Caitlin, for the donation. Was it just a donation? There wasn't a question attached. But there's kind of a feeling of working towards, yeah. So I feel like this person was too blunt that you kind of went, are they telling the truth? Okay, so Dreamsday says, how does my ex FA feel about looking at me now? Does he think I've grown up, or was the grass greener for them on the other side their new connection? I think you definitely changed. I do feel like this person's kind of regretting their kind of move. Um, but yeah, it's kind of weird that this person, I would say that this person doesn't know what they want. Because we've got this mental anguish and the hanged man. So this person could be their worst enemy when it comes to life in general. Like they kind of wake up and they can't deal with things very well. So they kind of make it up as they go. But of course you're beautiful, Dreams Days. Like honestly, your eyes are your best feature. Like, honestly, your eyes are just gorgeous. So they haven't changed, but the whole glow up, yeah, it's like they're dressed prettier, I guess. Like everything else matches the eyes, but yeah, like the eyes are the best bit, and they haven't changed. So there you go. Caitlin, let me know if that was the answer attached, but thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Alpha says, how was our physical relationship going to be the first time? Will he be satisfied with me? Well, firstly, one thing that I will probably admit to is that he probably watches a little bit of porn. But this means that he might think that you need to do some more work, in that physical thing. So there might be a little bit more like, why are you laying there? Do something. Um, each to their own. Each to their own. I'm trying to keep this like G-rated, so you know. Knight of Wands, and yeah, so honestly, everything else is great. Everything else is fantastic, but there might be just like, you know. um, so I think it's going to go well. Yeah. Sorry, I was laughing at the whole point. Like, I feel like there's going to be breakfast. I'm sassy cutie. Okay, Caitlin, thank you for the donation. A general reading. Okay, so Caitlin, there might be a problem right now with how much you drink. It could be drinking, or there's kind of maybe you only go and meet your friends drinking. There's kind of this feeling like you're around other people that drink, and they're like peer pressuring you or something. If you don't drink alcohol, it's some other kind of feeling of like your friends are pressuring you to do some things while they're with you. Like there's kind of that social um feeling from that. The start is like grow your own thing. There could be a wish fulfillment specifically for you, but that does feel like working on things that you want, like writing out things that you want and kind of figuring out practical steps to take. This could be just like what you want this month or how to keep track of your New Year's resolutions. Like break them down to their kind of components so you know exactly what you're wanting to do and how to deliver it. Not just like, I'm going to run like 15Ks in a month, you know? It doesn't work like that. And Ace of Swords, I think be nicer to yourself. Like, you can be very honest with yourself. That's not a bad thing, but I do feel like with this honesty towards yourself, you can be very blunt and very honest. But then that honesty turns mean. And before you know it, you think, okay, well, this is true. This is how other people perceive me. And it it kind of has effect because it is the truth, but you could be nicer about it when it comes to talking to yourself. Cancer Sun says, question one, general rest of January, and what is my dream man like? That's a big question. Okay, so let's say, what's the rest of January going to be like? Okay, so your dream man is someone that's a little bit more outdoors. They tend to. I think that I can see them being more of a laborer. Someone that works and builds with their hands. Like someone that really works pretty hard, but they're outdoors all the time. For you, I think that you'll be either working with them in their business or you have your own business to take care of. So you're both working very, very hard on your own businesses. And so, therefore, it's great because you both have a very strong work ethic, a lot more stronger. And this is an interesting thing because I always think like Nine of Wands is a little bit more chaotic, so they might be a little bit more chaotic before they meet you, and so therefore they tend to spend a lot more money, and when after they meet you they tend to tighten their belt a lot more because you take over the finances. But I do feel like you guys have a strong relationship, mostly because you guys won't see each other as often. Like, you will see each other, you know, like you will be both going to bed together, you know, but there's kind of like this feeling like this person rises before you get up and they come home late. So there's kind of a really cool thing. So the Ace of Cups and the reverse. So how is the rest of your January going to come in? There's new love coming in for you. This could be actually your future husband, but there's kind of like a feeling of possibilities. Like what possibilities could come in for you? So it's kind of like a love of possibilities. Like getting in love, getting excited for possibilities coming in instead of writing them off. And I think this will help you with your mood because at the moment I feel like you're constantly having negative thoughts or feelings about what your future is going to be like. And this is going to like swing the way that you are in life, you know? And so therefore you should be open to the love of the possibilities coming in for you for January. Divine Soul says, hi Cassandra, what are the current feelings of Erwin towards me in these days? How is he going? And will he get in touch with me? Divine Soul, I have not got back to you for your report today. I apologize. I will send it before I finish. I go to sleep tonight because that was this morning and I forgot to send you a mail. Okay, so how does this person feel? So there's still a very demanding, like, feeling of It's kind of weird because this person's feeling too much and they're shutting you out because they're feeling too much, even though they feel like they're in control. So there's an aspect of this relationship where they're trying to be controlling. In some ways, they might be a little bit more, like a little bit more jealous type, but there seems to be a feeling of too much. Like maybe you're a little bit too strong for them right now, because there's the Queen of Wands for you and the King of Cups. And this means that your energy is perfect. So you are spending time with family and friends, spending all your energy, because Wands are very energetic people. Cups are water elements, so they tend to have a small amount of friends. And they tend to like have good friends, but they have smaller ones. And so therefore the hardest part is for the you is like you, when you're feeling bad, you connect with people. When they're feeling bad, they withdraw. And there's kind of like this feeling that there's also the jealousy attachment. So the hardest part is for them is like they see you being happy with other friends and they kind of have that jealous, like that pang of jealousy. This is frustrating for them because like you have to be your own person, but they have to address how they feel. They can't expect you to be their emotional, like be there at their any every emotional whim, and they have to grow up. Owen has to grow up in that sense. However, I do feel like this person's coming back for you. And so there's like prosperity and abundance, especially in the household. So this person might be thinking of moving in with you, or there's kind of a feeling of really coming together and having a home. But the one thing that I would do say to you is that usually water squashes fire. Like that's how it is in the elements. Um, but the thing is, at the moment, your flame is too strong that you're like evaporating the water, you know? So that's the hardest part is like you guys could learn to deal with each other and understand each other's elements, but I don't think that you guys can um go out and do things together. Like you would have to have your own kind of feelings together. So you'd have to like the you'd have to do your own social things and they have to do their own social things. Prinyaka says, thank you, Cass, because of your right guidance, things that used to bother me about his mom um, doesn't bother me no more. I'm learning to be in control of my vibration and how I feel. Thank you. I hope that helped you. Saloni says, when does Naaman contact me? Okay, so this person's given up and walked away from a lot of things. There's also, I feel like, new love in this person's life. So I do feel like this person's given up and walked away. So there could be that they've just given up in this connection overall. I'm gonna just pull a love, like a card just quickly. So keep an open mind. Your soulmate may differ from your usual types and expectations. So I do feel like this person's moved on. They probably won't contact you anytime soon. Megahar says, what's coming towards me in love with partner are, will our love grow? After our tower moment this month, will our relationship come better? I do feel like so. I do feel like it's time that you've understood both of your values. Thank you, Divine Soul. Thank you for the donation. So this is interesting because like you guys have understood the value of each other and yourselves. So anything that's good will you work on. And I think that you've left a lot of the outside voices that were affecting thank you, Prinyaka. Affecting your relationship. So if anything went wrong, I think that you were going to outside sources to fix it. So therefore you were going to your mom, or he's going towards these things. And Queen of Pentacles in reverse, you're understanding your own value. So this person's treating you better because you understand your own value as well. Divine Soul, does he miss me? There's a little bit of anger. I don't know why. Let me clarify that, because that's a little bit of an interesting one. I think this Erwin at the moment feeling like, and this is the interesting thing that I would feel, is that there's kind of a feeling of setbacks because they were with you. This is a hard thing because I think this is in Korea. This is not like in love. So don't take it as like this person doesn't care, but because they are, it feels like they really come out quite vicious or quite hard at work. So they kind of have this kind of, which is interesting because the cups, they're cups with you, but with other people they're swords. So this feels like they put on that armor to do battle with other people. And there's this workplace. I feel like this person is kind of trying to catch up with work, trying to really like work hard on work. So there's kind of a feeling like they know that they're missing out on you. Like they do kind of care a lot about you. And I think that they really, TM, you can put your question down, but you'll have to keep on repeating it until I can answer it for you. So there feels like they know that you're the best person for them. It's just that at the moment they're really behind in a lot of things, and it's not anger towards you, it's anger directed to themselves, which is even worse. I do feel like they tend to tear themselves apart. So Owen tends to tear himself apart for this. So I do feel like he's missing you, but there's also that pressure for him. M says, Cass, love, what do you see in my love life with R in January? What is his next actions? Thank you. Okay. So there's kind of like stepping forward in the future, leaving friendships behind that are not serving this relationship. It could be just not listening to other people, so not listening to family, what they're saying, and just working on this relationship with you. So this person feels that you are like, and like a soul meeting another soul. So you are a reflection of each other. So this could be a twin flame connection, but I'm feeling more like soulmates, like a very strong connection towards each other. And Queen of Swords, it's just interesting because that is that feeling of worshipping your intelligence, worshipping your intellect, your mind, that you're a very highly intelligent person, and this person knows that. And they do tend to take direction from that, so they tend to enjoy that you're a little bit more harder, a little bit more, you know, um, you direct the relationship, not them. Yachni says, will Vincent try to talk to me and mend things between us any time frame? I do feel like you are going to be married or in a committed relationship with each other, yeah. I think this person will rectify things. I do feel like that's 2 months from now because that's the only card that has numbers on it. So I feel like this person feels foolish for doing this. There's like this foolish energy of like frustration, you know? Um, and so therefore they're going to be like admitting that they're wrong and trying to ask for you to have them back. And I do feel like your relationship's going to grow stronger because of that, you know? Um Umika says, will Gaurab Biswas meet me in 2023? Um what does he feel for me? There's Temperance, but this is also Ace of Cups. So this person has a very busy 2023. However, they will meet you in 2023 because they still love you. There's a very strong feeling of new love around you. So it's kind of like this feeling that this person's fallen in love with you over again. So it's kind of a feeling of wanting that connection, but taking that time to really figure out what they want and what is best for you as well, you know. Arena says, does M tell P that I was rude in the stand up or he lied to me? What's going on? Work against me. There's a feeling like this person covered for you. I think they covered for you, but I think this is the last time they cover. There was kind of like a feeling of like, I understand that they are going through hard times, so I will give them slack. I will take that blame. Wheel of Fortune, there seems to be some planning involved. So it's kind of hard in general, is like, why were you why were you feeling the way you're feeling? Like, why was this important to you to act out that point of time? And so therefore, if you had an idea, I think that you should actually put it in like a bullet point or something like that. So next meeting, you actually have like the proof of what you wanted to say, because I think a lot of people interrupted you, and so therefore you were very upset with them, and it also felt like you weren't listened to, and that was the weirdest thing is in general was that case. So the sun upright says, like, honestly, you're doing a good job. You just need to work harder on that kind of like feeling of you're doing hard work. I think that can be noticed, but in meetings, you tend to be overlooked. One of the things that I would definitely feel is that you should read Sheryl Sandberg's book called Lean In, which would help a lot in this situation. But yeah, in general, like, you need to prove yourself harder than the other people in that room. Prinyaka says, what is the impression I leave on people when I meet them, and how do I make them feel? And after this, you're gonna rush to sleep. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. So, interestingly enough, uh, this is the interesting thing because they don't completely find, like, the hardest part is that you're asking Prinyaka, like, do they think about me like after they met me? And people make impressions in the first 15 seconds of meeting someone. Like, honestly, that's like the traits, characteristics. Thank you so much for the donation. Cats, thank you. Let me know what your question is. But the whole idea is that at the end of the day, you aren't giving a great first impression. Um, there's kind of a feeling of being tied to the past, or you can't leave the past alone. So there's kind of not a freshness about you, and there's no excitement. So it might be the way that you dress is very different. So do you realize that if you want to bring in the freshness, the aliveness, you might have to change your wardrobe. But I do feel like that's not you. It's kind of like the feeling of what you're wearing. But the impression that they have about you is that you're always a go-getter. You strive for more in your life. You strive for a lot of things. So I do think that they leave with, oh, this person has like lots of interests, lots of hobbies, lots of things that keep them going. And so therefore they live with this really warm, fuzzy feeling of like this person knows a lot about life and they're charming. They're charming. But yeah, the first bit is just like they notice your clothes more than they notice you, which is normal. Like maybe you're just letting your clothes speak before you do. I guess that's what I would say. There you go, Prinyaka. Have a good sleep. Okay, cats. First question: does S have feelings for me? Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Okay, so this person does have feelings for you. So I'm gonna go through all of those. Hello, Michelle. How are you? So there's this feeling of like not wanting to move, wanting to stay in the same place because you were there. There's also the magician where they're imagining you, they're daydreaming about you. There's kind of like this feeling of like thinking about you a lot. Like it's almost yeah, to the point that it's very distracting for them and the world. So they brought you into their own inner world. So this is very important for this person. I don't feel like they bring people into their inner world very, very often. And so this means that you've got under their armor and straight into like who they trust most, who they care about the most. So you're really in that connection. So I don't see any like emotional love, but this is a very strong connection, like a strong love here for you and them. And I do feel like this person would try to move mountains for you. TT says, "Hi Cassandra, what is his current partner hiding from him now? He is my twin flame in karmic relationship." Okay. Thank you, Kat, for the donation again. Um, I think it's more like they're not very good. You're very welcome, Kat. They're not very good at managing their own life. They don't know where they should pick, they should do things, they should, they don't understand how to do things in general. So this can be very hard for them because then they like keep putting things off that they need to do, and this becomes chaos for them. They don't know how to deal with things. So um your your comic your twin flame that's in this comic relationship, they put their head in the sand, they don't help out, so therefore then it's kind of a hard thing. In general it's just like this kind of um focus on, yeah, like doing their own thing and not helping their partner. And I think that it's hard because this person's always had to ask permission in their life. So it's not their fault that this person, it's not their fault that they're now in this karmic relationship, is because they've always had to ask for permission. And now, because they don't have to ask for permission, they're looking at your ex to try and help them, and he won't. And so it's hard because honestly, they can't bail themselves out without any help, you know. Prinyaka says, yeah, that's the kind of life I aim for. Um, Charming person with shitty clothes. Gotta call Tom Ford now. He better change me from Nada to Prada in a jiffy. Like, honestly, I think, Prinyaka, if you're still here, it's like the brightness of clothes. Like, you don't tend to wear like color. There's kind of a feeling of um that you might be wearing cardigans. It's like there's, yeah, like you're dressing older than what you are. Spiritual says, what does O Libra love about me? Okay. That your heart is full, that you care deeply for the people around you, but then there's not that many people that you share like space with, like share your deeper connection with. So there's kind of that feeling of like they're the only people that you care about. So there's kind of a feeling like um they know that you're not going to cheat on them, that they're like you're always going to be loyal, because that's what you're looking for in others too. I think that sometimes it's very cute because you're very nervous about doing things wrong, and so it's kind of cute that you don't know everything. So that's kind of cute. A channel says, you're so sweet. How will his feelings towards me in the first meet internet relationship? Ah, it nearly came out. There's like almost a tower there. It was like, but it didn't want to come out fully. It was just like sitting there going, haha, like jokes. Okay, so honestly, you're cute and adorable. This person will like you instantly. Thank you, Divine Soul. If that's with the question, let me know. So this is a cuteness, like a lot of connection here. Um, but he'll still think of you as like a friend or like something like that, and there's a slow growth. So there's going to be a slow growth to get you guys into a further connection. Thank you for the sticker. Keep your open mind. Your soulmate may differ from your usual types and expectations. I definitely feel like that for you. So this is going to be a slow growth, even though this person warms to you instantly. Quills and Quotes says, "What is the F Pisces karma for hurting me? Is it playing out now?" Sometimes people don't get karma the way you expect them to. So don't expect them to be like um over a fire pit and like, okay, so the addiction is to think about this person a lot. That's one thing that's coming through for me to you. So I'm relaying a message that there's the addiction to think about this person a lot. And this is not helping you at all. So you might have to think about other things. Maybe every time this person comes up in your mind, you should think about rainbows, okay? The hangman in reverse is that this person is very scared and very nervous about the future. They aren't they aren't ready for a lot of things, you know? Um so it's kind of hard for them because there's there's fear, there's anxiety, but I don't see anything that they should be scared and anxious about. So it's just of their own design, you know? Sometimes people receive karma as uh, God makes the porter that's gotta burn. You gotta hear me? Like, honestly, there's fear and anxiety, and this might be their karma, is they don't start anything. They're scared of it, you know? So it's kind of a hard thing because that is very strongly getting through today. So that that would be what you're asking for. Is they receiving karma? Yes, but I think it's more what they do to themselves than anything else. I think you should feel sorry for them in some ways. Not all things, but some ways. Divine Soul says, "Will Owen's financial condition improve and will come back together happily?" It's also finances, or was also family because he was very detached. You'll come back together slowly. I don't see anything about family. I think it's more like this. Owen feels like he's missing out a lot in life. And that's kind of frustrating for him in general. Is like everybody around him's got a flashy car. There's, like the big things in life, big ticket items. He's just like not getting. There's also a feeling of proceeding on in life. So I do feel like, yes, he works it out. He understands a lot of like why he was doing the things that he was doing at that moment. But he also needs to deal with a lot about how he deals with um emotional stress, with mental stress, because if he's going to cut off a relationship that's working because he's not feeling like that he can't concentrate on both, then it's going to be really sad for him in life, you know? Zanab says, Angel's current feelings for me. Thank you for the donation again. I slowly. I think that it's not going to be as slow as you think it is. It might it might be at the end of this month, to be honest. But it's slow in emotionality. It's hard to say. Yeah, so it feels like this month, like the ending of this month, you guys talk and you work it out and it seems back to normal, you know? Um So I don't feel like it's that long. Who was I on? Sorry guys. Please remind me. Ah, I'm sorry. Let me know. Gotta figure out who I was on. Who was I on, guys? Please tell me. I pulled I pulled cards, but I have forgotten. Hello, Miss B. How are you? Oh, someone put it down a question, and I was in the middle of answering it. You don't know? That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. I'll uh I'll go through someone else's questions and hopefully I can remember who I was doing. Um Aldous says, "What is H's feelings and next actions towards me?" So no, Nina, I did Divine Soul, so that's okay. Thank you, Luna, and yeah. So thank you guys. Um, why am I so bad tonight? You won, Sandeep. Thank you. I probably was. Thank you. I, I've been a little bit, yeah, I need to get back into concentrating. Sunny says, Angels, Aquil's current feelings for me. There's a feeling like this person's dealing a lot with anxiety, a lot of chaos right now for them. It's kind of a hard thing when it comes to life because they probably have cut out quite a lot of feelings in general. This person's in a state of survival. So when we're feeling stressed, when we're feeling like everything's chaos and crowding on top of us and we can't breathe, they probably are dealing with a lot of anxiety or panic attacks right now. Um, so they do feel for you quite strongly because you're cutting through a lot of that anxiety. They're very much thinking about you in general. They're very focused on you, but it's kind of uh overlaid with the anxiety that they're feeling right now, you know? And they have to resolve that they are seeing it too big. So they're kind of inflating this in their mind when it's not that big. You know, it's like I'm worried about going to see the dentist, you know? And then you kind of imagine like, you know, um all the bad things that could happen at the dentist, and the dentist just checks your teeth for 10 minutes and goes, "Oh, yeah, you're fine. You're good to go. I'm gonna do a quick clean before you leave." And you're like, "Okay." No, it's fine. So yeah, Tantum says my tenant agreed to pay part of the rent and he will leave. Yeah, finally. He's been taking too much of your goddamn time. Um, sorry, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I should be a very professional tarot reader and go, "Oh my, I'm glad." Yes, for sure. Hell, hands down, yes. So the Hierophant he thinks is a wise choice. Page of Swords and Ace of Wands. It's kind of hard because like he expected this to come. Is expected it to happen, but um you kind of get that kind of feeling. So do take time to like make sure he doesn't take anything before he leaves. But in general, I do feel like this person's going to leave, and he is telling the truth. Yeah. Twisted Fate says general reading for this month. So you're getting out of a feeling of mental struggle. So you have dealt with a lot of mental struggle. This might have been last year that you're actually letting go of, which is quite impressive. So you're getting out of this state, and you should trust the universe that is guiding you where you need to go. So just trust it to take you somewhere. But there's also a feeling that because you've been in this mental struggle with yourself, there's kind of a weakness. And this might be the weakness to come back to this mental struggle. Because anytime that something falls down for you, you come back to yourself. Thank you so much for the donation. Give me 1 minute, Katie, and I'll do that reading for you. I appreciate that so much. So there's kind of this bit where you should just trust the universe and not let yourself get caught back up in this. Okay? Can you please see what Jordan is feeling towards me? There's Casey. Okay, so there's a relaxation. So this person's trusts you quite a lot. But they're also scared of what their friends say about this relationship. It's very hard for them to deal with that. So they tend to feel very put out when their friends are very judgmental about you. The hangman in reverse, they're scared of like entering this relationship or committing in general. So sometimes people are very scarred by their last relationships, and they feel like they're entering into this unknown. Um, there is distractions. It could be that you are a little bit of a distraction for them in general, but you highlight their life and make them happy. So it's kind of like I feel that other people think, not this person, but other people think that you're not going to be around for as long as they expect you to be, you know? So it's kind of a hard thing for them to try to navigate that. And this is interesting because you have two people coming in for you. So let me give you. So this Jordan that you're talking about is King of Cups. I feel very strongly that he's King of Cups. But it could be that your dad is very successful. There's something about like an older male around you that's very successful, and this is having an impact on how other people perceive this relationship. Is that you might not be around very long because there's kind of this path for you in life that's already carved out. Keep an open mind. Your soulmate may differ from your usual types and expectations. You're calling in your soulmate. Your present affirmations and visualizations help you bring you closer together. And forgiving and learning as you release and heal from the past, you experience more love in your present moments. It's kind of hard for this person because I do feel like they love you, but other people around them keep on making them doubt themselves. So I hope that answered everything. Thank you, Katie, for that donation. I appreciate it. Miss B says P says he's worried starting a relationship. Uh, give me 1 second. With me will not work out, so he's reluctant to start a relationship with him. With me, I love him a lot. Will we be okay? Thank you so much for the donation. So it's kind of hard. I do feel like this person is telling you the truth. They do not see any option of you guys coming together. And Knight of Cups is their headspace is made up about this relationship. So this is very hard for them because I do feel like they see the distress that is causing you, but at the same time I don't think they're going to change their mind. To be honest, they're not going to change their mind. Mobu says, "Can you please see how JL views your personality? You're a hard worker. That's one thing that is coming right through is you're a hard worker. Very hard worker. You see the world very small. It might be that you kind of get scared of a lot of things that are outside your control. So the things that are inside your control, you tend to focus on instead of the bigger space. You tend to focus on the things that are inside your control, which is not a bad thing. I think that it can be something that a lot of people don't focus on, and you focus on tiny little things. So you don't focus on the big picture. So sometimes I think this person wants you to see a bigger, broader view, like more of an optimistic view of the world, you know? Yeah, so you work really extremely hard and you tend to change points of view very, very slowly. So, yeah, like honestly, one thing that I would definitely feel for you is one block that you have is if I want anything hard, like in my life that is worthwhile, I have to actually put in the hard work. So you overwork yourself instead of letting other people work for you or delegating or any of that towards what you want or like, oh, I can get it easier. You tend to just like focus on the small things and they tend to stress you out a little bit more. Okay? That's what this person sees about you. I I think this person cares. They definitely have a higher level of care for you in general. So Queen says, "Will AS be my first romantic partner or will it be someone else?" I would say it's someone else. This person is just they don't know a good thing when they see a good thing. Your romantic partner that's like your first romantic partner is like someone that's hyper intelligent, someone that has a lot of experience in life. I do feel like that person is the person that's your first romantic partner. This person, oh my god, they don't they can't see it for the trees, you know. Love Libra says, "How will a marriage be between me and Libra? Be happy with me? Will he be happy with me? He's from another country." So, I have strong imagination there. I do feel like this person will be very, very happy in general. This is all from their point of view. So, it might be that you have to really step up and ask what you want in a relationship because I don't see you right now. So, how I would explain that is like you guys will get you're very welcome, Queen. Uh Nomad, I haven't seen your question yet, sorry. So there is a feeling of imagination, relaxation. So honestly, this person will be wanting you to be part of their world, being part of their center. I do feel like you guys will get married But because there's nothing about you in this relationship, you have to like ask for what you want. You need to stand more up and be present in that relationship. Page of Pentacles in reverse, there's kind of a feeling that you will have to take over the financial aspect of this relationship because this person knows a little bit about money. They know enough to not waste money, but that doesn't mean that they don't. Okay? So you'll have to like step in and be this person's like, no, you're not spending money on this. Nala says, give me a second. Nala says, when will I conceive with a child with my twin flame waiting for it for a long time? Does my twin flame also want it? I do feel like your twin flame wants it. And they also, yeah, I feel like you will conceive this year. Because, yeah, I do feel like this child is wanted and needed and will come into your life conceived this year. However, I do feel like you're worried a lot about this. Like the worried how would I explain it? You're focusing too much on this achievable target instead of like focusing on other things and just allowing it to happen. Um because what happens is if we focus on something so much, we tend to push it away because we become stressed, we become anxious, and it doesn't tend to manifest in what we're stressed and anxious, you know? Especially in pregnancy. Like, how many people go, I've stopped trying, and then suddenly, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, I'm pregnant, you know? So yeah, just don't stress yourself out. It will come in, you know? Fatin says, Omar's current feelings and intentions towards me. It's okay. It's fine, Nyla. You'll be fine. It will happen this year. You're gonna have a very cute kid, by the way. Um, so how does Omar feel about you? There's kind of like this feeling of this person's world coming around, and they're coming racing back to you. There's kind of a feeling like something's happened and they want to be loved. You're very welcome, Nyla. Tell me when it happens, okay? You're like, yes, you're right. It happened. And I'll be like, I knew it. I knew it. Like, how many people sit there and go, you know, you're right. It happened. I'm like, what? And they're like, just like, you told me this. And I'm like, oh, yeah. Sorry. Sometimes I forget. So yeah, they're racing back towards you, and there's going to be some flirtation. So I do feel like this is going to happen in the next month or so. So don't worry about it. They're coming back to you. Hot Sun says, hello, Cassandra. How does Matt feel towards me currently? Okay, so there's kind of like this feeling of like scaredness. This is really hard. This person's been hurt quite a lot before. So they have. Let me put this in perspective. So they've been hurt. So they're trying to see the flags in you. So when things go too well, and people have been like burnt before or hurt before, you know, they're trying to find a way out of this relationship because everything's working so well. So the hangman is they're scared that they're going to get to a point that they are going to get hurt by feelings. They're starting to look at the small things that you're doing, trying to add up the red flags. Like, oh yeah, but they pick their teeth at night, you know? All of these things. There's also like this get up and go. So maybe it's time to be a little bit more like and I don't want to say pick a smart fight about a small thing, but sometimes you should be like, okay, like, you're busy today. I'm going to do something for myself, instead of being like, oh yeah, like, um yeah, this person's fight like their flight reflexes are showing. um but I do feel like if you step, I don't even think like step away from them, but do realize that if they choose these things, it might be very hard for them to come back. So do realize it's because you're too nice to them. Which seems like a really hard thing to say, but that in general. Nomad says, how does Nicholas and AL see see me as a person? Okay. They definitely see you as an option. So this means that they both see you as being a romantic interest or interest in general. There's a feeling of like emotionality here. There's kind of a feeling like you can be highly emotional. This is through their point of view. So don't just sit there and go, but I'm not emotional. It is the way that people want to display emotions. So sometimes when people don't want to display, like, see emotions, they're like, oh, but you're too emotional. No, no, you're too emotional, so that's the case. There's also over flirtation or over talking in general. So it's kind of like a good fun time had by all. Keep an open mind. Your soulmate may differ from usual types and expectations. There you go. So CG says, how will my daughter's picnic go? Thank you so much for the donation. Okay, so there might be a short, like a kind of like break for them. There might be not that the weather's good or something like that, so they might have to come home early. But your daughter will have a great time and have awesome time. So it's kind of like a feeling of they would just have to come home early. Like the weather's kind of a little bit harder to have a picnic in. But yeah, I do see it going very good, CG. Uh, Mature says, what? Sorry, give me a second. What are JL's feelings for me? Is it romantic? Okay, that is the question that you asked. I was like, for a second, I was like, so yes, it is romantic with the Ace of Cups there. Also, they've let go of old cycles that are not serving them. However, they're a little bit in the box right now, so it's hard for them to get outside their own, not headspace, but their own environment sometimes. So they sometimes get very caught up in what they're doing and how they're doing it. But yeah, I do feel like they're very romantic sometimes, though they don't always display it. Like, it's more romantic headspace than romantic outside. So if you're like, well, they never show it, it's because they sometimes think it's not going to be good enough. They're not going to. So there you go. Um, I do feel that really strong romance, and the death cards. So they've given up a lot of the things in the past to really open up for you right now. Okay, so Olaf says, hi Cassandra, I saw a strange dream of my mother and her milk. What does that dream want to tell me? My mother is not alive. I think that you've been missing your mother a lot lately. There's something about like her cooking or, like something about being nurtured, like that mother energy of being cared for, being looked after. There's also a temptation to think that you cannot do things alone. There's no encouragement from someone else. Like your mom used to encourage you a lot to achieve your dreams, to look after you. So there was kind of this very heartwarming, like I'm connecting with her energy right now. She's a beautiful person. Like almost like very soft, very calming. Um, I don't know whether she was in life, but she has this very calming energy. Um, and there's kind of this feeling that you don't take on things because you don't have the encouragement behind you. Um, and neither once there's good news coming in for you, but it's kind of a hard thing because I think this dream symbolizes that you have to be the mother for yourself. Um, where your mom has kind of passed over, you need to give that love to yourself. You need to give that encouragement. Sometimes I think you should just like ask your mom. Like she's still there with you. Like you know how she would say to you, like, "Oh yes, Olaf, is you'll be able to." I do feel from this energy she is looking after you. Like there's a feeling of like warmth surrounding you and like almost like she when you're down, she gives you a hug. So sometimes when you're feeling like sad, you might feel like this kind of um warmth from somewhere. You might think that it's just like hot or something like that, but it's more like the energy that your mom is giving you. So yeah. Sorry, I'm not going to try to what? Just cry. I'm not going to try to cry. I'm sorry. I'm not going to try to cry. Well, I'm trying not to cry, but um that was yeah. Nihas says, when will Ali come to Mehevish? His feelings and what you guide me. Please answer my question. It will mean a lot. Okay, so this person will take time to come to you. There seems to be like a feeling of there seems to be a feeling like this person's putting excuses of like why they can't come, like it's money, it's time, but they will happen to need to come. It's kind of a weird thing, like they have to come to Mivish when they don't normally need to. It kind of feels like they have to for work or something like that, and they'll naturally then be able to come and say hi to you, you know? Um his feelings, I think that it will be a quick move after that. I do feel like this person moving closer to be with you, and the whole idea of like this person's uh has the understanding of a healthy sense of self. So anything good that comes into their life, they will capture and keep, which is including you. So this is interesting because there's no love or, but there's kind of like this chance is so good. I don't want to pass this up. I want to see where it goes, okay? So that's coming from this person. Nina says, "Who's my next lover?" Okay, so you are going to have a time before you have someone coming in for you that feels like this person's putting off coming into the dating scene. So they're kind of like, oh no, I'll stay single for a little bit. So this next person that's coming for you has taken a break from dating. They're not going to be wanting to date when they meet you, which is kind of a weird thing because they're starting to then reciprocate. So they'll start showing you affection, they'll start being very interested in what you're doing. So they're going to text you quite a lot. Um, so it's going to take them time to kind of warm up to the idea of dating. So when you meet them, they might be like, "Oh, I don't want to date. I don't. And then they will date you. But this seems like a very strong soulmate connection. So I think this could be almost love at first sight for them. So this is very strong for them. Is like almost like that magnetic energy. Like you guys meet each other and then you'll be talking quite a lot anyway. So I do feel like that's a strong thing for you. Your love life is being affected by children. I wonder why I'm getting this. They might have children, Nina. So this might be why they have put off deciding to get back to dating, is because they have children already. So do you realize that that could be issue when it comes to dating for them, you know? The other thing that's coming to my mind is they are a dog person. So they could see children as like their children as dogs. So not like children as human children, but they might have like children as like a pair of very very lovely, charming dogs that they call kids. So that's coming through very strong as well. So, it could be human kids, it could be dog kids. Goddess says, "Hi Cassandra, I know that me and my Gemini has past life connection. We were married in past, or how was it like?" Okay. You guys met in a village. That's the one's first thing that I would definitely feel is that you guys met, were growing up in the same village in the past, and there was a war, and you had to leave. You had to flee. And when you fled in opposite country, opposite directions. It was somewhere in Europe. I do feel like I'm going to say that the country doesn't exist anymore. It used to be on the map, it doesn't exist on the map anymore. But it was. How can I explain it? It wasn't long, long ago. It was like. Because I do feel like a period of time, like. Like petticoats and like You weren't married. I think you were kids. Like the feeling of like teenagers. So you might have been um dating, or like, but you weren't married. There was kind of like this feeling you could have been trying to get married. There's this feeling that you were very, very young, like almost like teenagers, but young, you know. But it doesn't feel that long ago, like with the petticoats and the aprons and stuff like that. Oh, Aldous, I'm sorry. I did see that. Not that I skipped you, but I asked the question like, who did I skip? And everyone's like, yeah. So you weren't married, but yeah, Europe somewhere. Maybe Middle Ages. There was, yeah, but Middle Ages is a long time, a long period of time. But the country that you were from doesn't exist on the map now. Aldous says, question one, what are H's feelings and next actions towards me? This is interesting. This person is really figuring out what they feel, because they're doing a little bit of self-reflection here. They're also saving up a lot of like their words and their actions, so it might be like they're really dwelling on what they want the next step to be. So there's a thought, a planning out stage for them. But you seem to be like they have chose you. You deserve love, you're lovable, so they do know that. You're calling in your soulmate. Your present affirmations and visualizations help you bring you together. This person's not very good with words. I think that they tend to think that people need to communicate just in words. And so, therefore, for them, they get very confused a lot of times very quickly how they're going to communicate with you and how they're going to be able to explain things to you. And sometimes they don't realize that a lot of times they don't need to use words, they need to use their body language and stuff like that. This could be something that they struggled their whole life with. They might not be very good at explaining through body language. They tend to need to explain in words, but they tend to not be able to. So I don't think this is a bad thing. I think that they care a lot about, well, they care a lot about how you feel, you know? So that's a general sign that people want to be in a connection with you. They want to be in a relationship with you because that's the case, you know? Sarah says, what does Javid found from his wife that makes him regret the relationship he has with her? You're very welcome, Aldous. Ooh. There's been a lot of transgressions in the past. Um, he feels like she hasn't loved him at all. So this is hard because this is from his point of view, but I think that she has maybe not been faithful in the past, or like there's kind of a feeling that this person has made some things up, you know? Like there's a feeling. This um this person does rely on feelings a lot. So for them, like, the difference between the real and the fiction is like so strong that it's very hard for them to picture what's real and what's not real. But yeah, it's kind of like something that this person might have assumed for very long, or they started seeing signs that this is the case, and so they moved on, you know? So there's kind of a feeling like they're just trying to get the proof, and then when something kind of shows up that's very similar to what they're feeling, they take that as advisement, you know? Just Me says, what important information should I know about significant people, family in my life? Okay, so you're not going to be listened to by family. They don't want to listen. They spend a lot of time not listening to other people too. So, don't expect people to listen to you and family. There's also like this fear attachment that you have with them. It's like you don't want to let them go. You're very welcome, Sarah. You don't want to let them go. There's something that ties you to this idea of like family's got to be perfect. There's nothing wrong with your family when there's huge bits of problems with like your family that you cannot do anything about. So it's hurting you being around people that are not going to fix their things, not going to fix their lives, you know? That's bad, you know? That's making you feel worse, you know? And the Fool. So I think in general, the way that you should deal with family is when they ask you about things you're non-committal. You're like, oh yeah, like, you know, like the sky's blue today, you know? Just not really answer like their questions, you know? Just go through life with your own happiness, because they're not going to be enjoying your happiness or get excited for you about happiness, like your own happiness, because they're not in a happy mood, so they tend to tear down other people. Okay? AH says Neil's current feelings. Hello, B. Oh, is it S? Hello, S. Okay, so Neil's current feelings. So there's a feeling of like this person doesn't want to care for you at the moment. There's kind of a feeling of that you might be annoying this person. Just they do want you to look after yourself instead of them looking after you. You're very welcome, Jess. But there's kind of a feeling that they are more annoyed with you because you see the small things. You pick on the small things when they're like, see the bigger picture. Don't worry about things in life. Just work on, like, you know, seeing things, getting out of your shell, seeing bigger things, and expand your horizon. Don't look for like small things, you know? And this is why I think that they are trying to get you to do more things for yourself, because then you'll expand and you'll see bigger, and then you'll be more responsible for yourself. SSK says, when will Virpil, my brother, get married? I think very, very soon. Woo! If it's not this year, it's next year. There is strong vibes here. you know. There's strong vibes that there's a marriage very, very soon. Because the Lovers card in reverse, there's kind of a feeling of like they're going to be building this relationship very, very soon or something like that. But I do feel like you're asking, and this will be this year or next year. There's kind of like this overlap of like 2 years, you know. It's weird because maybe they have to push off the date and have it like, you know. Thea says, "Why do I not like myself for liking AM? How does he feel?" You don't like yourself for liking AM because you know that you give in to what he wants. And so therefore you trade your happiness for this person's happiness. It's kind of like you you kind of put down your boundaries for this person because you think this is how to get them to like you. And that's really not a great thing. So you become like a pushover around them. How do they feel? Like your option, but they're also not ready to commit yet. So it's kind of a hard thing because yeah, they're not ready to step into the choice to make anything more committal, you know. They kind of push it off, and I would worry about that. Angelina says, "What are Timo's thoughts about me?" Timo, well, he's definitely focused on you. It's also a feeling of breaking the mold. So this person is trying to get out of the rules that society's made, and they want to be their own free person. You're very welcome, SSK. So they're kind of working on that before they're really working on the relationship with you because they do want to be successful. Because they do see like a time of like you being part of their family. You're very welcome, CS. Um, so they want to have kids or they want to build a family with you, but it's kind of like they have to become successful for themselves. They're like, I'm not going to stop until I become um successful, you know. And that's what's really driving them because they want to do that, you know. Sharia says, "Will I get a good bonus of promotion at work this year? I'm currently struggling with my money situation. School fees of kids are no good." Okay, so one thing that I would definitely feel for you is that you should ask the school for help for the fees. They will give you something, so some financial aid. So do talk to the principal. The principal will help you. The other thing is that there's more options coming in for you. So I don't feel like you're going to get a promotion through work. However, there'll be more options coming in for you that will generate revenue for you. That's important that you have this revenue coming in. There's also a get up and go, so it's kind of like a feeling of if you don't want this to happen, you can change it. Bonus, I think you'll have a bonus coming in this year, but it won't be like that much. Claudia, you just post your question until I can see it and answer it. So sometimes it takes a while. Um, so yeah, so that kind of feels like a bonus, but it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like enough. So you need to work on like more ways of making money and actively trying to find something that helps you. So therefore there's a get up and go, like a feeling of like you can change it, you know. Hello Mo, I am going good, thank you. Repasta says his last thought when he saw me: heartbreak, strength, stubbornness, and feeling like he wants to marry you. Change job. More like finding something that you can do that you do around work. It's like something that you can do. But it's like this person doesn't want to admit that they wanted marriage or they wanted something like that with you because they're too stubborn to have that kind of conversation, you know? They're too stubborn to talk about it, you know? So that's his feelings for you. No worries. M says, what are our current feelings? What does he want from our future? What's coming in for us? That's a lot of questions. Okay. So it's kind of hard at the moment. Okay, so there's a lot of adversity coming in for you right now. So I was kind of feeling the dissatisfaction. He doesn't like what he wants on his plate. This could just be, how can I explain this? He wants more in life, but he doesn't know how to get it. So there's kind of this frustration. So there's no, like, he doesn't want to admit this to you because he feels that you would find it weak that he wants more in life when he's got quite good things going for him. So that's the hardest part. He wants you to listen to him. So there's kind of a feeling of like you being open and accepting to what he says, because there might be this admittance of like, I really want more in life. What can we do to get us more? So that's the case. What's coming in for you right now is the feeling that you guys might not want a family right now. So this is kind of a hard part because you guys might want kids later, but at the moment the energy that I'm receiving for you guys is that you might need to have that discussion about where you're going and how you're going to have kids. If that's important to you, you need to discuss this right now because this could be a deal breaker for both of you. Um, but there's kind of this feeling of this is changeable. At the moment, there's kind of this feeling of change. As soon as you guys step through this and you guys understand where you're going, I feel like this will bring you back together very strongly. And as soon as you've listened to what he wants, he should listen to what you want. And this will help you. Because I do feel like this is transitory and that you will get a lot of different things coming in for you because you've talked about it, you know? Cassian says, does my family hate me? And my guy message. I do see this year, so I do feel like your person's under pressure already. So yeah, I don't, I feel like there's all this stuff happening this year, and I do feel like the more that you talk about it now, the easier it is to transition into more like focusing on the future and getting what you want. So Cassandra says, does my family hate me? No. But I think what you're very welcome, man. What you see as hate is because they tend to pick on your ideas. They tend to um not like things that you want to do because they say you're struggling, walk away from this, find a different way, and also you're rushing in, you're just too like headstrong, you're just not really working on that. um that's kind of a hard thing. And so therefore, like, you see this criticism as like they hate you. They don't hate you, they're trying to be supportive, but probably in a wrong way. It might be better if they actually use the right words to tell you, but they probably don't even know what that is. So your spirit guides are being very much like, um they're kind of right in a way, but not in the way you expect them to be. So your family has a point, but your spirit guides are like, rest, relax, take things slowly. So don't rush in where the angels fear to try it. You know, don't don't be full heartedly in your kind of push towards this, okay? Um that's one thing that I would say. And yeah, you seem to be getting a lot better in the future if you kind of plan your moves and just figure them out slower, you know. That's one thing that I would say. Your guides and your family kind of feel, you know, on the same wavelengths, but your guides are definitely kinder. Lord says, what do you see for me at work tomorrow? Ideas coming in, so there's a lot of new projects, not a lot of new things coming in. Exciting day tomorrow. Wheel of Fortune, trust the universe, your guided way to go tomorrow. So trust your intuition, trust that you know where you're going, and don't focus on the future, focus on the present. So it seems like there's a lot to do tomorrow, um to the point you might be a little bit swept off your feet, but it seems like it's all good. Gaichi says, how does G feel towards me and his next actions, please? Okay, so honestly, this person doesn't always, they know how to interact with you in a better way, but they choose not to interact with you in a better way. They seem to be very, I'm going to do it my way. So sometimes they tend to be very slack when it comes to communication in general. Ace of Wands, they've got what they want with this relationship. There is this satisfaction of, hey, I got what I want, you know. A Knight of Pentacles, they're working very hard at this relationship. So this is really good for you. Let go of control issues allow this situation to unfold naturally. So you might be pushing them to communicate more in a way that you want them to, not how they would normally do it. So, like, they're very hard to understand at all. So you might have to let them just come to you slowly. Okay. S says, "What are Asta's series feelings for me? Is my question visible?" Yes, unfortunately, it does take a while for like me to answer questions. Sorry. There is like 18 to 20 people right now in chat. So it does take a while for me to answer everyone's questions. So S, this person feels very weak about around you. They have a lot of imagination about like you. So it feels like a lot of crushes or like attraction for you. There's also that you're quite different for than this person. So there's kind of like this feeling of, because you're so different, you have this like attraction. So there's kind of like this attraction energy in general. Yeah, I feel like this person has a crush on you. Ma'am, I can't see live buffering. Is anyone else having problems with stream right now? Divine Love says, "Does Sunny cry for Rebecca?" No, I don't think so. I think this person's given up, like, like being upset or like being sad around this. So I don't think that this person cries for Rebecca. I'm sorry. Biha says, "How does my ex feel when he thinks of me?" Do 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 do. Okay. Can I be honest? It's not very nice. I don't know. I think that your last ex was not ready to commit. Please tell your cards' names. Okay, so you want your cards' names. So this is, give me a second. That is 9 of Pentacles in reverse. This is 3 of Wands upright. And this is the full card reversed. So honestly, I don't feel like this person's really happy about you, to be honest. There's kind of a feeling of, I don't know whether it's anger. But from the cards, I'll definitely say that there's kind of like this person feels like you push them out of your life. Like there's a feeling of like they had a right or they were entitled to something with you, and there's kind of like this feeling like you don't have that anymore. So that's the case. Yeah, they're doing their own thing now, but it kind of feels like that, like kind of they haven't got over that. I guess that's what I would say. IS says, "A current feelings of, oh, for me, does he want anything with me, like relationship?" Baker, you also have to realize that the cards that I am doing, you're very welcome, Gayatri, has sometimes different meanings because they have different pictures. So therefore, um the cat tarot has a book with it. So depending on like sometimes I'll go with the traditional meaning or what the meaning of the cards say in general. So, yeah, so does this person want a relationship with you? At the moment, not. They want attention from you, but they don't want a relationship from you. It's like they want to be able to have everything, but uh, they don't want to have that commitment. There's kind of like this feeling of they want your time, they want your energy, they want, but they don't want to give anything at all. They want to relax and not be that. And that's the frustration thing that I can feel is like you want more and they want everything, but they don't want that relationship thing on top of it. Yes, yes. If you missed it, you can go back in time. SK says what is Anyata thinking about me and his tensions? Her tensions, I'm Sagittarius. She is Pisces. Okay. She's gonna see how it goes with you, but because you're very welcome. Um, she's gonna see how it goes with you, but unfortunately, you have to spend a lot more time with her. And like in general, yeah, show more affection because this person believes that you don't like them. And that is a big issue when it comes to their life. So that's the case. So you need to spend more time with them to really develop that connection with them. The Saint says, "Did my guides mess me up so badly? Why did my guides mess me up so badly?" You're very welcome. And does Serap think I'm promiscuous? Okay. Sorry. The answer to Serap thinking you're promiscuous is no. No. That it was healthy energy or something like that. It was healthy. Um the why your guides mess you up so much. I think some of it was like you doing it to yourself. So that's kind of a frustration. So therefore you kind of were close to burnout and then you burnt out because you were working so hard. So therefore it was just that case. You also tend to hold on to things, so it could be like money, it could be things in general when you should open and share. So it's kind of a hard thing. They're teaching you how to relax and how to share with other people, and that's important. A crazy girl says, "Why does my ex want back to me while he's in a relationship?" Because he's still not over you. There's kind of like this fear relationship. He doesn't want you to move on. You know, that's important for him. And you still seem to have quite a lot of energy directed to him. So he kind of misses that in general. It's like a frustration. Yeah, he wants it because it's not done it. Ah, The screen is stuck. My camera's overheated. No, it's actually the connection to the thing. So if you guys were listening, that's the main thing. Thank you for letting me know. I will. You're very welcome, crazy girl. Give me 1 second, because it's not actually the USB straight into the computer that is not working. So I need to, guys, if I don't change the USB, let me know next time, so I don't have to do this again, because it's not the camera. The camera is warm, but it's not the camera. It's actually the connection. There you go. Video frizzled. Yeah, yeah. It does happen, you know. It's because we're so awesome. Real Love says, what does Shabai think of me as a person and his feelings? There is an addiction to leave, to give up and walk away. However, this person is ready to commit and ready to kind of guide this path on. So this person's actually very close to really showing you how they feel and what they want to do. So if you're currently dating this person or you're around this person and you are their romantic interest, I'm very sure they are going to be very committed to you. Their feelings, however, they tend to be one of those people that doesn't put a lot of thoughts into feelings, you know? So it's kind of a hard thing that I would feel. They find you very attractive. Um, there's more like they like you for your mind. So this person might be a little bit more, how can I explain it? More someone that has to get to know you a lot better to be really in love with you. So, like someone that's demisexual or falls in love with your mind instead of like what you are on the outside. So, this person's going to be taking time to do this. So, it's kind of a hard thing for me, is like they don't seem to have that love yet, but I don't think that they don't care for you, you know, and they don't want to be with you. Bubbles says, I'm depressed and don't know if any good is happening. Can I make you laugh, Bubbles? You're very welcome, Real Love. All I could think reading your name is like, Bubbles! Bubbles, Bubbles, Bubbles! You know, from Finding Nemo. The crazy fish that sits there and looks at Bubbles. Okay. So, honestly, at the moment, you're very much depressed because you're looking too far into the future when you should focus on the present. Because the idea with the being more present minded and being in the moment is that you tend to realize that you're enjoying life a lot more when you enjoy the little things. Olive, just put down your question and I'll see if I can get to it today. Sorry, Olive. It's takes me a little bit to get to yours. I'm sorry. Wheel of Fortune trust the universe that you're guided where you need to go. And the devil in reverse, there's addiction to believing that you will never heal. You'll never get your life back on track. You're never gonna, you know, come out of this when you will. Like, you are slowly healing now, and it's just going to take a while to get to it, you know? So do focus on your healing journey, but trust the universe that it's guiding you where you need to go, okay? Cosette says, what does Musa think I feel for him and his channel message? So Musa thinks that you think he's rich and confident, good looking, charismatic, you know, like suave. I feel like James Bond. James Bond. Um his channel messages is like you can believe what in yourself you would achieve the impossible. Like he's very very sure that you can get everything that you want in life. Even though you don't trust yourself, there's weakness here. So that's the interesting thing is like you don't trust yourself, but this person has absolute faith in you. And you bring him happiness and like a distraction from life's problems. Like you bring in that kind of time airiness and spirit of like, hey, like life is better, you know. There you go. Olive says, how does he feel R about me? So how does R feel about you? This person's doing a little bit of self-reflection, so they're starting to realize a lot more about like being a little bit more softer, showing their feelings a lot more. The world, you are a very, very important person. They brought you into their world. You are more important than you expect them to you to be. And they're also they've given up control of this relationship. So they want you to make the moves. You need to direct them where you want to go in life, you know? So that's important because they want you to be happy, you know? And they want you to tell them what is happening. The Dark Lucian, any love coming in for me soon? So there's imagination here. So there's a person coming in. This person might be actually around you, actually. um, so this person seems to have a crush on you already. So that's important. The like there's an addiction here for a certain type of woman. There's like you're addicted to one particular kind of person, you know, and you should actually figure out how, um, if this type of person is what you want in life, you're very welcome, Olive. You can't get their attention like you are already, you know, because they're not going to allow you to do that. So you've got to realize that that's important because they are very responsible. They're very much about looking after themselves. They don't really want any problems at all, you know. They are fine with that, you know. So that's important for them is that kind of bit that yeah, you know. No, Crystal, just put down your question again, okay? So yeah, I think you'd have to step up and be a little bit more responsible for you to get this right person that you want. Amarita says Maya's current feelings. Well, there's definitely flirting. So there is flirting here. However, this person hasn't got over their last relationship. So that's a very big clue, a big predictor. You're very welcome. That they are holding on to someone. If this person comes back in their life, they might leave because this is what they normally feel to see. Like, how would I explain it? They tend to, and this might be abusive relationship too, because I'm feeling like it's a cycle for them that keeps on going. So keep on flirting with them, keep on enjoying life, but do realize that this person, if their ex comes back, they will leave. And the Wheel of Fortune, trust the universe that is guiding you where you need to go. Okay? Okay, so Crystal Bolas? Bolas? So Crystal Balls. I was trying to see if me and Tyrone are going to work out. I knew a Tyrone once. It's a strange word. Tyrone. Okay. Can I be honest with this answer here is I feel no. Mostly because Tyrone hasn't stepped up yet. There's kind of a feeling of like, um, this person not being responsible for their actions. So Tyrone not being responsible for his actions. And also Nine of Cups, like he's very much in his headspace. So I don't feel like with this kind of energy. Hello, Volta. This kind of energy, you will be successful in helping this person understand that they should be a better person. Um, they have to work themselves out, and they have to do that without your help because they're not going to do it in a relationship. They have to actually do this on their own. Alina says, please, love reading. Love, love. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Okay, so there is someone coming in for you that's very, very soon, to be honest. And this person's going to find you very cute, very adorable. They're probably taller than you and slightly older than you. So there's kind of like a feeling that you will be very small, like comparison to this person. So they're like a foot or 2 feet taller than you, so like decently tall. Um, but they do find you cute and adorable, and they like your energy and very like your enthusiasm. You have a great enthusiasm for certain things in your life, and when you explain them, you're so cute and very attractive. The Emperor, this will be a slow relationship to warm up, so it does take a while for you to get to that person. Like, it'll take its time, okay? So there's kind of a feeling like this is going to be a very established relationship that you guys will work on very slowly, so therefore there's no excitement, but there is going to be enjoyment, okay? Elisa says messages of R for me that he can't say thank you. That he can't say thank you. Okay. So messages. So you mean that you did something and he didn't thank you for it? this is somehow to do with his environment and thinking that you're very similar to this to him, which you are, like Two of Pentacles. So like honestly, you're both very similar in the way that you look at life. On okay, right. Sorry, Elisa. Okay. So his yeah, so you're very very similar and you want the same things in life, to be honest. So his message is that the one thing that I would definitely feel is that you are stunted in the environment that you're in. So he wants to move. Like there's kind of a feeling that if you both move together, like you would get a better kind of environment for you both to thrive. Because at the moment where you're both working is not going to be conducive for you guys to have anything, okay? So there you go. You're very welcome. Krishna says, Jessica, what is Brandon's future actions be towards me in love in the near future? Okay, so there feels like there's going to be a withdrawal of communication. You might have felt this in general, but it feels like it's the wisest thing for him to do. However, it doesn't feel like he's gonna stop interacting with you. It's more like you're very welcome, Elena. Um, what would I say? Like maybe this person talks too much, and so therefore they're going to more put their words in actions than in yeah, in words. So it's kind of like they're kind of it's hard to explain because they are very distracted a lot of times. So they'll pause mid thought and they won't know what they're doing. So it's kind of funny. I think they really want to impress you. They're trying so hard to be the person that you want them to be. And that's really important for them. Arjun says, current feelings on my Gemini for me. When will we start getting married or start living together? Okay. So you made this person's heart heal a lot. This person's looking more at the future than at the present. And there's a feeling of the sky is falling down on their head. So they do want you moving in or moving in with them, maybe not getting married so much. Oh, and having kids. So, like they really want that thing in life. Maybe a small ceremony. Um, but they do want you moving in with them. It's so cute. They've got the same pattern. Yeah. Um, it's kind of hard for them because they don't feel like they've got the money or the aspect of saving right now. So that's important for them, you know? Um, it's hard for them to think about money in general right now. Which they should be because if they want this in life, they have to work for it. But I I think as soon as this person gets off their feet and they start running, they will be able to do this very soon. I don't think that you won't get like the time frame's a little bit muddy for me, so do forgive me. but I do feel like you're engaged and you have a small ceremony this year, and then next year you'll move in together. So it's kind of like a feeling like you get married and then you move in together the year after, and it's because he needs to really make some money before the next step. Tempest says, "What is next for me?" What is next for you? Okay, so there's a feeling that you need to give more in your environment. Like you hold on to things too much. So there's a feeling like you have to give more in life. And this might be charity, but it's I don't think it needs to be like money. It could be service. There's also addiction for you to freeze out other people. So I do feel like you need to be a little bit more warm in general, interacting with other people and getting them to know you. So that's important. And the Queen of Wands, like there's got to be a direction in life that you take, because at the moment I think that you're directionless. What's next for you? I think these things in life will bring you the best joy this year. There's kind of a feeling that as soon as you seek outside yourself, things will come in for you that you didn't even know was possible. So there you go. Fatin says, "What will be the reaction of Omar when he knows I'm going to move to London to study?" He wants to move with you. That's going to be the biggest part. And he is going to lie that he doesn't want to move. But it's a feeling like he wants to move with you, start a new life together. It's kind of very strong. You're very welcome, Tempest. Yellow roses. What does OS like about me and not like about me? Okay, so this person likes that you are very much a future person. You tend to look at the future instead of like the past. I know, but he'll still want to move. There's also a feeling like you don't know that you're worth quite a lot. You're very humble. You tend to um yeah, it's kind of weird. You are very, very humble in life, and you tend to not think that you're worthy of a lot of things in life that come in for you, even though they're very good. I think that you keep a lot of them. You tend to think, okay, like I'm not worthy of the things that I get. So you have a very humble list. What he doesn't like about you is that you don't spend a lot of time with your friends and family when this person's around, and they would like you to be more like with friends and family, spend less time with them, but it's just to make you happier. And the other thing is that he doesn't like that you tend to sometimes leave him out of plans, you know? That's important, you know? So that can be what he doesn't like. Will I get good marks for the report and assignment I have submitted? I'm undergraduate. I would say no. Mostly because it's like I like honestly, I think that you'll get good marks, but you won't like think they're good marks, so you will pass, and it's decent marks, but not the ones that you want. There was a lack of creativity when writing. There was also a feeling like you didn't include enough sources. There wasn't enough source material. There's also a feeling of overusing words. Um, but I think it's because it was your first. Was it your first paper for the year? I think it is. So it was like I think honestly that most of it'll be down to the professor. But yeah, I do feel like you were under tremendous pressure, and that was like the biggest thing was that you need to realize that you pushed yourself too hard, and I think there wasn't a lot of you coming through the paper, so it will be coming through very flat, you know? So that's one thing you will pass, and you won't be like disqualified or but in general, that's what's coming through. Okay. Okay, so Luna Ray says Terry Sag next actions towards me, Sunny Virgo. So this person feels that they've bitten off more than they can chew with you. So there's kind of a feeling of retreating, um, and hiding right now. So this person doesn't. Can I ask you a question? Are you quite like I feel like loud? You're very welcome, Apple. So you're a little bit louder than this person. There's a lot of noise around you. So yeah, it's kind of hard because this person doesn't feel completely welcome in your life. Um, but if this it became a little bit quieter, I think this person would be a little bit more approachable. At the moment, they don't know what to do because they feel like um scared. Like maybe you like one thing that I've noticed with Virgos, because like I've grown up with Virgos, is they expect you to read their mind. Like the whole idea, like you could get in trouble with a Virgo quite easily. Um, and they won't tell you until they're like, "I'm angry with you," and you're like, "What? What? Why?" So yeah, maybe be a little bit more like if they do something good, praise them, okay? Because the that's hard thing to do, okay? Hello, Volta. I'm sorry that I haven't got to your question yet. Last question. Will Ravi Baldani apply for my H1 visa in April since he had us since he mentioned that he hired me for the US office? I think you have to remind him again, because he has put that in back burner, but I think that he will after that. So I think that he did mention that, but he hasn't put in the visa application. So do remind him because he's like, oh shit, I forgot. Okay, but he was genuine, but I do think that he's forgotten to apply for it. Um, Astra says, "How can I better my life? I don't talk to my family, and I have insecurity issues. Okay, so one thing is to, you know how to control your money, but you choose not to. Like, that's a big thing, is like, if you feel secure in, how can I explain it? In finances, it won't be so hard um to do anything in the future. Keep proceeding in your life. Just like, what you do is, you, like, every day is a new day. You wake up and you work on something new to keep you going. And the other thing is to keep on looking at the options of life. The options that are laid out are for you. Because I think that there is a feeling like you're growing or you're proceeding, but sometimes you are holding yourself back. Holding yourself back in life, okay? Yes, real love. Volta says, what's coming towards me in love? My lord, my pendulums. You really wanted to be in that relationship. Okay. Volta, there's two women. Oh my lord. This might be your ex. So the Queen of Swords in reverse. Because there's a lot of anger. A lot of anger coming through. So do you feel like this might be that your ex coming back through? Queen of Cups, there's someone that's emotionally attached to you right now. This could be more someone that you know than in general. So it seems like you have started a friendship that can be very, okay, so that's why. Volta, there's kind of unfinished business. So, um be wary of her. Queen of Cups, there seems to be like a friendship or someone that you know that is very caring, very loving. This is probably the next person you're going to be in a relationship with you, because they're already like connected to you. And they do love you. So that's strongly coming in. There's a change of environment for you in general coming through. That's important. No, it's a genuine thing, but he has forgotten to submit it or something to do with it. The star means that it's a wish fulfillment. Volta, sorry about that. So therefore it's a change of environment and a wish fulfillment. So I think that looking at the cards, the person coming in for you is very strongly, like, very opposite to your ex. So this is usually a water sign. So this can be water or someone that acts like water. So they're a little bit more emotional. They tend to, so they could be a little bit more prone to sadness, but they tend to be very caring, very loyal, very, very soft, you know. Queen of Swords in reverse. Your ex was intelligent, but she was very stubborn and prone to anger, you know. So these two, like, you've got to realize that you sometimes have downsides, but that's what I would say today for you. Mealy says, who's coming towards me in love? Yet to be submitted. Okay, well, it is genuine that he's actually being honest about it. Okay, so what's coming towards you in love, Mealy? Okay, so don't bite off more than you can chew. peruse your options. So it seems like you will be connecting to a lot of people in life that are a little bit more options. So that's important for you, is like the options that are coming in for you. Um yeah. How can I explain it? You tend to dive straight in very quickly in a relationship when you shouldn't. That's important. The other thing is that you should focus on the present instead of focusing on the future. So instead of just like going, oh, will someone love me? Will they commit with me? It's like more like, um, how can I explain it? More go on dates for the enjoyment of it, and then see if you really connect with someone, because you're really pushing like, oh no, like what's going to happen if they don't like me, you know? And then you'll soon find someone that's important for you. Laura says general February reading. Focus on the present more than the future. So there's something in January coming in for you as well. So don't just focus on February. The start, there's a wish fulfillment card, or the ability to grow things. So if something doesn't really come in for you, just keep on growing things in general. But I do feel like you're getting close to what you want, because Ace of Wands, this is a sign that you're getting something that you want very quickly. So I don't feel like you've got to wait very long, you know, in general, you know. So that's kind of January, February. It's coming right in for you, okay? So Lily Rain says, "Who's my next partner or next?" Okay, romance angels cards as well. Okay. So King of Wands upright. So this person is very charming, very charismatic. Does marketing, sales, or I feel like banking, but they do something to do with being able to talk to a large amount of different people. Strengths card, um, they tend to be not very good at tracking time. That's one thing that their weakness is like not being able to be on time, even though they do it for work. So I don't know why, like, when they're not at work, they don't keep track. The hangman, um, you might find that they're very hesitant to get in a relationship, and that's important, because like you'll talk to them a lot before you get this contact with them. So um I think that um you meet them through a friend. So you'll get personally introduced to them, and then you start talking to them. And soulmate, yes, this is your soulmate. So that's your angel's card as well. Firstborn says, my question, would Sam be attracted to me or be a good match for a relationship? Okay. I feel no, because they don't want to have a family, and secondly, they don't always tell the truth. It's hard. Lily, there can be multiple soulmates, only one twin flame. So that's interesting. That's what I get from that. Um, a lot of people sit there and go no, but for me, when I read, there's more than one soulmate. Um, so this person can tend to lie, mostly to make them feel good about themselves. You're very welcome. And the high priestess. So you're manifesting this person in, but at the moment they're not completely sold on what they want in life. So they need to learn to be more honest, and they need to, if you want to have a family, they need to want that as well. If they don't, then that's kind of a bad thing in general. Okay? Mahini says AJ's current feelings and next actions towards me. Okay, so they've let go of control on this relationship, but they're not sharing a lot with you. They've gone through something that they're healing from. So I think this is kind of a stage of grief more than just like normal heartbreak. So they're kind of holding, then they're holding the burdens away from you because they don't want you to feel responsible for like um responsible for their feelings, and that's the biggest thing, is like they want you to say what you want, because at the moment they don't. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, this person's going through a lot, and you might need to be with them, like look after them, than them looking after you, okay? Rupali says, please confirm visa applications yet to be submitted in March and April is tensions. Trust the universe, you're guided where you're going, and this is non-excitement. So I do feel like this is clarification. You're getting what you want with this visa, okay? Because it's not anything new, okay? Gods7 says, hi, what are Shaitan's Vami's feelings for Pallavi? Slash me, should I wait for him for marriage? Bloody hell. We haven't had the cats falling down for a while now, Okay, so you've asked for both of you. So slash so and so. Okay, so what this person feels for the first one is, so not you, the other person. Wheel of Fortune. So they're trusting, they're seeing how it goes, what they're doing. But the Emperor in upright means that they know that this relationship is not really working out. So that's the case. Oh, that's your name. Oh, slash you. Okay. Right. So it's okay. 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 So it's two people. Okay. That that it's the same person. Sorry. Got got very confused. You got me very confused, huh? Okay. So it's hard because this person is really not in a committal stage. So that's a hard thing that I would say for you is this person's not ready to commit. They are sharing, but they're also trusting the universe. So they're really not thinking about things, and they're controlling the relationship. I think this person would take their sweet ass time with this, and you have let them, you know. So if you want to get married, you have to give them like an ultimatum, you know. Gives them a time frame to get married, because you know, if you don't, then they're never gonna get married to you. So there you go. T Bucks says, "Does Jay wanna make things right? Uh, between us?" Yes, for sure. That's a yes. Sorry, God, because I was like, that's a very interesting way of putting it. You know. AM says what? Egg Yolk says, "What are AM's last thoughts about me?" There's something about rushing in a lot, like about you being very enthusiastic about life, and that you'll be fine no matter what happens in life, you'll be fine, and that you'll be able to discern where you want to go in life, and they don't worry about you, you know? Like, you do a really good job of looking after yourself. Moonlight says, "Love reading who's coming towards me in love." You have to get out more, in general, because you aren't putting yourself in a place, that you will meet more people. So at the moment, you're hiding away from people, but because you're scared, your heart is healing too. So it feels like you might mentally say you're ready, but emotionally you're not ready yet for love. The High Priestess upright, you are manifesting in a person, but if you aren't ready to meet them yet, then they won't just like, you don't have to worry about them, okay? Codependency. Addictions are affecting your romantic life. Is there a feeling of not wanting to be alone? That might be one thing that you have to address, because at the moment maybe you're forcing things than you would like. Jessica, what is your question? Eris says, "Will my future partner have blonde hair and green eyes? What will be his profession?" I think more like blue eyes and darkish hair. So, like, yeah, dark hair, blue eyes. What is his profession? It used to be sports. He used to play a lot of sports, but then he got hurt, and so therefore he's had to retrain. So I think that he teaches like athletes, like some kind of coaching. Uh like, how can I explain it? Not dark, but not dark brown. So it's like almost half like getting to dark brown, but it's not dark like black, you know. But he does actually do some coaching or something like that, and he gets paid for that, and that's how he his profession right now. AH says M's feelings for me. So this person's manifesting you in. However, they're not always listening to how you feel in life. So they're really um away with themselves, you know. They feel over enthusiastic. It's kind of like they feel like they've got lots more energy because you're in their life. It's very strong, you know. So that's in enthusiasm, you know, very much enthusiasm. Pink Light says, "How does Elaine compare to me to his current lady interest?" I think you were far more like interesting as a person. You were more. How can I explain it? More real, more genuine. And this person was a little bit more themselves around you. Uh, this this lady friend now costs this person a little bit more money, like always more money. But they're the one that they're going to commit to. It's like it's a hard thing because honestly, you gave this person like such a great life and they just didn't want it, you know? So that's the case. But you are real, you know. That was the biggest thing is like you didn't judge them the way that they are being judged now, you know. Did Shabai love me more than Zara or the opposite? Why 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 what? It's hard because I would say it's you. This one that you're asking about is different, you know? Diana, just put down your question. I'll try to get to it as soon as possible. So you'll have to put it more than once if I don't see it, please put it down again. Um it's hard because Zara looks on the outside like a dream or more attractive, but this person didn't feel the same. And you seem like you've got everything together, so I would definitely say you instead of this person. Jessica, it's whoever I could see. Will Aaron reach out to me? No. I feel like this person's overspending a lot of their emotions on other people. Um, it's hard because I do think this person's going to be in contact. Sorry, like I said no, but I do feel this person's going to get in contact, but mostly to lie to you that they've been busy and they'll be keep on being busy. But yeah, I feel like other people are taking their time more than you. Okay? Sorry, Jessica. June says, I want to sell my book at Amazon. Will you succeed? No, no. You are very creative, and this is the wrong publisher for your book. I'm sorry, Jessica. Hey, Solid as Rock. So yeah, I would say no. Like, it's more independent. I think you'll have to go the indie route because you're going to be more, you know. Super high, will I get a new job before April? If you talk, if you talk to people and you listen more, you will get a job before April. But you keep on not pulling up contacts, so then for you don't get a job as much, okay? Super high. Crazy girls, last thoughts and intentions on my ex about me. That you were too good to be true and he wasted it. And now you know how much you are like amazing, you know? And he'll never get you again. That's true. Solid as a rock, may I know what's coming towards me at work, please? I do. There's a Ko-fi link. There is a link tree. You can see all my details there. If you do want a video reading, let me know. There should be an email. So let me know if you want a video reading instead of a email, and I will organize that with you. Okay? So there's eBay and also Ko-fi, and you can sign up for a monthly reading. We already have one person that signed up for monthly readings, so they get it on the first of every month. Uh, okay. Sorry, I was on. Who was I on, guys? Let me know who I was on, please. Sorry. Ada Wheels? What do you mean Ada Wheels? You were just too good to be true. You know? Like, he missed his chance with you. Like, he wants to be like. No, so I did yours. Um, so you said the last thoughts and intentions on my ex about me. And I said, this person knows that he's going to miss chances with you. You know, like, he missed his chance. He is never going to get it back again. You know? Because now you've grown and he can't come back to you, you know? I don't know who I drew for, so okay. Let me know who I was on. Diana says, Diana, is my missing dog Welland being hidden at RV near you? And does Andy have him? No, Andy doesn't have him. He's further away than how would I explain it? He's further away than you can hear him barking. So there's kind of a feeling like he's at like a pound or something like that, like further away. He's traveled quite far, and so he's got like caught or, you know, um, yeah, it's like the pound or, like an animal rescue, but he's microchipped. As far as I can feel, is microchipped. And you will get contacted very soon because they will scan that microchip. There's something weird because, like, honestly, he's further away than you realize. Does he have a collar? Because it's like the star upright means that you will get contacted. So have you put up like signs or something? Because someone's going to contact you soon. Um, very soon about your dog. I know that you're worried. It's almost been 2 years. It's weird because like I feel like he's coming back to you. You shouldn't give up hope. Sorry. Sorry that it's almost 2 yeah, so I don't know. I feel like he's coming back to you. I hope that helps. Tell me when you find him. Pink Light says, why did he choose her? What was wrong with me? Nothing. You were just the wrong, like the right person at the wrong time. Yeah, let me know. So you're the right person at the wrong time, unfortunately. You came into this person's life when they weren't ready to settle down, when they weren't ready to have like a family, and that's the case. That never happened to me uh before. Nobody helps me here with that. It's not very nice. What do you mean? Not very nice. What happened, Solid? Hello, will my person like my home? I recently renovated it, says Ovas. They won't like it yet because it doesn't have any like what would I say, furniture or last touches. So it's not completely yours yet. So there isn't any creativity or, lived inness, and that will change the way that life is. So I think they'll like it as soon as you've got like the last touches and it looks like you're living together. Nina, I think so. You know, I think it is, but it is slow going. I'm sorry, guys. Um, okay, Solid. Sorry that I completely, you know, I asked and I didn't hear back who reading I was on. So please put down your question again and I will read it again. So yeah, as soon as it's got its last touches, then it will look like a house again and they will love it, you know. please remind me if I somehow skip you by any reason and I get distracted and I say, who am I on? Please let me know. Yes, of course. Solid. I'm sorry. Sometimes I do get distracted and I do lose my place because I'm reading quite fast and sometimes it, it can be very frustrating. Okay. So there seems to be a lot of hard work. No, solid. It like I have to like people have to keep on spamming because if not then I just can't see it, you know. Um the hardest part is like there's a lot of slog. There's not a lot of like really great outcome here for you right now because you want something at work but you're not getting it. And that's the hardest part is that they aren't giving you enough opportunities to prove yourself. There's also a feeling like you are approaching like a pay rise or a promotion the wrong way. And there's also a feeling that you're getting judged unfairly. So there's kind of like this overwhelming hierarchy at work that you can't get past. Be bold and make the first move. So this could be actually moving job or just letting them know it's time to take action. Um, that's important. And you're very close to achieving your goal. So something's coming up for you that's important for you specifically. And that is, yeah. So I honestly feel like you're unappreciated and you are not in the right place at your work. Um, this could be actually a call to switch role, okay? And yeah, if you're not being appreciated at work, you know, time to move on, okay? But yeah, I feel like there's just too much work. You're under too much work and they expect like the world from you. Okay? So I hope that helped you solid. I'm so sorry that yeah, sometimes I just get distracted and yeah, I lose my place. It goes solid. SW says, "Hi ma'am, my person's feelings and actions towards me in separation. Will we be reunited this month?" I feel like it's hard with this person because you really want them back and I don't feel like they want to come back. There's kind of that frustration between both of you right now. Um you want this person to come back. You want them to make a change, but they are not. They want you to change and you want them to change, and that's the frustration. So I don't feel like this person's coming back until like you make a change, but um you've already met the romantic partner you seek. Soulmate, this is your soulmate. Put some more work into it. And I honestly think mediation would probably be good because then you put it to the thing, you know. So I think you both need a discussion about what you want from a third party, not just expect it to resolve. Mimi says, "I hope you're good. I am great, thank you. please, I'm in Taurus. He's a Cancer. Will we be back and reunion anytime? Thank you. I don't think so. I feel like there's so much difference between you guys that you are, yeah, yeah. I don't feel like you're going to resolve the differences between you. So I would say no to the resolution that you want. Nina says, will my ex contact me by the end of Friday? I think this person will forget that they needed to contact you on Friday, but I think that's going to be later. You're very welcome, Mimi. So that's one thing that will happen is like he will forget and he will contact you late. Okay? Cassian says, does Frenchie regret how he treated me? How is he feeling now, please? Thank you, Patricia. Thank you for the donation. His heart is healing. And he does miss like you being very caring, very very emotional around him and caring about him. Okay? So yeah, he does miss you, but he has also moved on. Thank you, Patricia. Hi, does Israel still talk badly about me? A whole country still talks bad? No, I'm kidding. Who calls that kid Israel? Their parents must have hated them. I don't know. Sorry. I do feel like they gossip or they talk badly about you. Mostly because I'm very sure, Patricia, they're jealous of you in some type of way. Like you've got what they wanted. But they tend to want a lot of different things. Like, how can I explain it? They want what other people have, and then as soon as they have it, they don't want it anymore. But that really overrides like their ability to be a good person, and so therefore they just you know, and they talk bad about other people too. So you know. Katia says, does Mark like and will he be? Thank you for the donation again. Katia says, does Mark like me and will he support me? Is it A who's causing all those issues for me? So the whole idea is Mark does like you and he's going to put a lot of energy into this, but I do feel like because this person's been yeah. Who calls that kid Israel? I blame his parents, to be honest. Who calls the kid Israel? Like, people call their kid Paris, so you know, that's not much better. Sorry, I'm going to go back to your reading. I apologize. Um, so yeah, he's been very single for a long time, so there's kind of like this frustration of like being in a relationship again, but that doesn't mean that he's not going to try. And I think he's a very good guy. From the cards anyway. Um, is A causing troubles for you? If this person's more in the past, then yes, but it's more like the attachment, the fear attachment. Um, so that's kind of a hard thing is that you're more scared that they have like like they're affecting your life, and so therefore it's hard because they are affecting your life, but mostly you being afraid that they're affecting your life, if that makes sense to you. M Goal says, I've started a new financial path. Woohoo! Well done. Keep on going. Tower. So there's something falling down right now. So this new thing, you might have things falling down. Welcome in, Lotus. So it's to clear a path for what you want. So don't get upset or, frustrated if something doesn't work out because more things are coming in. So, and this could be out with the old, in with the new. So you know how like you have to demolish things to build things again. So if you're renovating, you demolish things, you rebuild things, and it looks great afterwards, but you have to clear rubble away. Nine of Pentacles, the universe sees that you're working very hard for it and you will get rewarded. So, people are coming in for you that will help you out. There's a lot of support, a lot of love. So, do you take time to realize that other people are going to try and give you like your chance as well? So honestly, I think like the universe is like, if you work hard, you will get rewarded. Simple enough. It's very straightforward today. Um, there's Miss Manisa says, and it will reunion with Muhammad Amin in my destiny and happens in 2023. Unfortunately, I think this person has moved on, and so therefore you're waiting for them to come back to you, Mencia. But I don't think they will, because the cards are saying look after yourself first. Like, bring in your own happiness. The Wheel of Fortune is trust the universe to guide you where to go. And the Magician is bring back some ideas to yourself. So it feels like you're holding on to a connection that has this person's left, but you haven't. Lotus Rose says, question 1, what do I need to know that I'm not aware of at this time? That is a good question. World. Okay, clarify. Okay. What you're not aware is that you, at the moment, you're doing a great, sorry, Minthia, you're doing a great job at being very spiritual, being very open to, like, I think you're very good at being very contained. Everything's perfect in your own bubble and in your own life, and you're very good at understanding yourself, understanding your emotions. However, there's an addiction here because you've been in such a place for so long. You have an addiction here to be like comfortable. Like, there's no like exploration. There's no like getting uncomfortable again. Because you've been comfortable for so long, it's very hard to be uncomfortable again. And this is slowing you down. This is slowing you down to change. That's slowing down your experiences. So I know that it's really hard to sit there and go, well, but you're so comfy, like everything's going great. Like, what if everything blows up in your face and stuff like that? So Lotus, that's your message, is like be comfortable with the uncomfortable and try to seek out that uncomfortability when it comes into your life. Um Anna says, does S have feelings for me or is it just my head? I don't think it's your head. I think that this person's growing feelings for you. I don't feel like they're full feelings for you, but they do have feelings for you in general. Cancer Sun says, what kind of star seed am I? What life purpose? You're an older, experienced starseed. You're here to guide people. So you're almost like someone that is, how would I explain it? Like a storyteller. You weave stories. This doesn't mean like writing stories, but the biggest, powerfulest thing that we have in life is weaving stories. Like a whole history is based on people telling stories. This is orally or, writing them down sometimes. But in general, there's kind of this importance based on stories because they relay a lot of data, like Aesop's fables about things in life, lessons in life, but around good good tales. So you're almost like here to tell us more about what we should expect life to be, not what it is now. And also the whole idea is you chose this role on Earth to let go of control. So there's kind of like a feeling that because you were old in your last life, that you lived a long time, like a heaps long time, more than like a normal human has, like huge amounts of time. Um, and so therefore the whole idea is with a human lifetime, it felt so novel to come for, um we only live about 100 years, maybe if we're lucky, and it felt like such a short time. It was like, hey, why not? LSCD says, does people in my old office gossip about me and my person E? What does my person say about me to others? Okay. No. They don't gossip. They've got more things to gossip about. They don't gossip about you. And this person doesn't talk about you at all. They tend to keep to themselves. They tend to keep very quiet. So, yeah, no gossip here. Samana says, what do Harris think about me? What does Harris think about you? You're definitely interesting, exciting. This person's very curious about you. Harris is very curious about you. But there's also a feeling like curiosity got the cat. That's what I'm reading. The cats are like curiosity got the cat. So honestly, because this person's so interested in you, um, I feel like you'll develop a relationship quite quickly, you know? C Saint says, Lotus, I already answered your question. That was like 2 questions ago. You can go back in time to see your question. How do most people see me, as I always feel persecuted, says C Saint. It's hard because you have a great imagination when it comes to, in general, I think that you have great imagination. And past situations have been people judging you. Like, honestly, it has been the case. I don't know whether you just stand out, like your environment, that you look very different to other people around you, you know? That's the interesting thing. Um, and you should not focus on the small things. So when people have like this bit, yeah, yeah, I did, Lotus. I even after that was the thing. So I think that you should focus not on the small things that people do, but focus on the bigger picture. So sometimes brush things off, but it's weird, C Saint. I feel like you look very different from people around you. I don't know why I'm feeling this difference, and that because you are different, people single you out. Like when I saw the magician, I was like, it's like, no, you just look different. It's weird. You're very welcome. Go and check, and then if you don't get your reading, I will tell you what the reading was saying. Like, honestly, like, I was thinking that you might be a different race than other people around you. Like, there's kind of a feeling like you are getting scapegoated because you look different, and that's why. But I don't know. That's the weirdest thing. So yeah, like when the imagination, I was like, no, you know how like, how can I explain it? So if I move to, because I'm Caucasian, you know, if I moved to a country where there was a majority of people that were dark skinned, I would stand out. I'd be like a, you know, and if, yeah, you can, CC, but realize it's going to take me a while. Um, that then people would treat me different, and then they might even blame me for their problems because I look different, so they blame me. It's kind of a weird thing, but I'm not bad different, but different. Jean says, how will my trip with Virgo go? Great, amazing. You'll have a great time. Oh, they'll spend more money than you do. So I think that they'll buy lots of drinks and stuff like that. But they'll look after you for sure. Cause yeah, you'll have a great holiday. Brandy says, "What are Eric's feelings for me now, and will I reconnect? 1 year anniversary in uh April." There's definitely imagination here. So this person's imagining you. The world, you're still in their circle of influence. So I feel like they will wish you like happy birthday or something. Like they haven't completely stepped away. Oh, okay. No worries. And so therefore this person's going to keep on going with their life. So I feel like you're still part of their life, but I don't think, oh, he will. The lovers was very strong in that thing. So yes. Um Yeah, I don't think any reconciliation for you, okay? Unfortunately. I would love that, but you know. Hannah says, question one, hi, is JS my ex satisfied with his current relationship? No contact for a long time. How is everybody going? Okay, so this person's not satisfied in their relationship and it's getting worse. So they're probably going to be in the process of leaving, even though like they're suffering, they're staying in it, but they're going to like leave very soon. I do feel as soon as they stop thinking about it. Um like they're unsatisfied with their relationship. They're also in a feeling of like the world is going to fall down on their heads. It's like high levels of anxiety. Um, I think that this person could slightly be abusive to them. Maybe not in a way that is seen, but in a way that is felt. They're abusive. He's going to have to leave. But he's kind of burnt out right now, so he's not going to leave until he realizes he can resolve it himself. Okay? So yeah, he's going to leave. Okay, so Fatin says, when is Omar going to contact me? Which week? I'm going to do the pendulum because it's easier. Which week is 2 weeks from now? No worries, Hannah. Eleanor says, what steps should I take in my life? Don't be scared of relationships failing on you because that has happened in the past, and you have to realize that it wasn't you so much as them. Like, there was a feeling like you invested too much of yourself very early on, and they took away a lot from you. The other thing is to be more present minded, to be in the moment instead of being very focused on the future. And the moon, um, don't always listen to what people are saying around you, because we take too much advice from other people that aren't actually genuinely qualified, or they don't know what they're giving advice on. They just expect that, like, expect you to follow their advice when it's coming from someone that doesn't, you know. Okay? So, yeah, it feels like be genuine, don't care what other people think too much, okay? Love says, how will my person's love remain in the future after some years? Will it fade away, or will he be emotionally closer to me as always? There's some things that you will have to leave in the past. Um, and this means that um, as a relationship grows, it does get deeper, but you're very welcome, Eleanor. But there's going to be some time that passion fades and some things die. One thing that I would definitely feel is if you really want to talk about this, you should read Mating in Captivity by Esther Perel, because it does talk about keeping erotic connection alive in a long-term relationship, you shouldn't focus on the small things. You should focus on the bigger picture when it comes to your partner trying to do right by you. So sometimes don't sweat the small stuff. If he hasn't bought you flowers or, in a while, it doesn't mean that he doesn't love you. It just might be coming in a bigger thing. Like, you know, and it might feel like, okay, you know, um, it, all those little tiny things. Mating in captivity, yeah, that's important. That's a good book. Um, Queen of Wands in reverse. I think you'll bring the fire back when it dies. And I think if you really want to buy him to buy you flowers, you either have to, like, I've heard a great one. You put on the calendar when your person has to buy you flowers, because that's good, because that's a reminder. um I heard that before, but if you really want to like bring back the love, you have to do some nice things for yourself, okay? Hello, Babe Blessed. How are you? So I do feel like you're going to grow deeper in emotional connection, but not in like the romantic or erotic connection. Um. Okay, so question one. Suresha says, why do so many men feel attracted to me? Cancer Sun, Pisces Muse, and Taurus Rising. Ooh, that's a nice connection there. Okay, so why do men feel attracted? Like, honestly, I think that you take quite a lot of goals that guys have in life. Like, you. Okay, give me 1 second, Lotus, and I'll go through what I said. Um, Ace of Wands is like, you are like very much like a prize that guys want. You're good looking. There's kind of a weird thing. Okay, right. Um, there's like this kind of, yeah, like you tick lots of boxes that men would want or desire. Page of Swords. You kind of have this bit that you don't tell everybody what you're doing. So you're like a mystery, you know? So therefore they want to chase you more because you're not telling them everything, and that drives them nuts. Also there's kind of a feeling of like fragility about you, like you are still healing, so from heartbreak, so you have this kind of like broken wing to you, that they want to look after you and take care of you. Um so it's kind of a weird thing that you do kind of put off this energy, and it's so attractive that all the guys are like, pick me, pick me. I found it. No worries. Lotus, sorry. I did say Lotus, and then, Jacqueline says, how does my twin view me currently? Sorry, crazy girl, I will get to yours very soon. Oh, they want more of your attention. They want more of your time. They miss you terribly. The moon upright. They want you to stop spending as much time with other people, like shish kebab. You spend more time with like other people than themselves. There's addiction here. I don't know. I think it's the environment that they're in that makes them feel more lonely. and less wanting to be alone, you know. They want to be with you because they can't do anything about other things in their life, okay? So, you know, they do miss you terribly. A crazy girl says, "What is the reaction of my ex if he backed and I refused him? He'd try harder, you know." Um like honestly, it's hard it's hard and I'll tell you why, guys. When we get something that we want, we don't want it anymore. It's a weird factor. But if we have to work hard to get it, suddenly more attractive. Psychology 101. um this is why people can't move on sometimes. It's just like they keep on with the loop, you know. Okay, so Emlord says, question 2, am I going to launch my second book when? It's going to take a long time, like a decent while for yours. You're still recovering from your first book, and you shouldn't rush into your second book while you're not recovered. So take time to plan the chapters and stuff like that. You're very welcome, crazy. Go. So take time to plan your chapters before you jump in, because the first book, that's why it took you so long to do the first book, was that you hadn't got the planning done in place. So therefore if you flesh that out first, you will be able to do that. Veggie says, "Do you see me paying or giving anything to my ex in divorce case in court?" Yeah, I do feel like you have to give out quite a decent amount. You were married for quite a while, Benji. Baji, sorry. I like onion bhajis. Oh my god. Your name just made me hungry. But yeah, unfortunately, you will have to overspend in the divorce court. Anna says, "How does my ex feel about me?" Oh, like honestly, I see you being very successful. So I do feel like it's going to be a lot. Baji means elder sis. But then what is onion bhajis? Onion older sis? I don't know, Munzinza. Um, so Baji, are you the man or are you woman? Sorry. Oh, okay. Because the man in this payout will have to pay quite a lot, and I think it's uh, yes. So you won't have to pay anything. He will have to pay it. And it's quite a lot to you. Sorry. Sorry. I confused both of them. So Baji. Okay. I'll get it right this time, okay? Sorry. Sorry. Um thank you for letting me know that. Citra says, "What is coming in my life regarding relationship?" At the moment, there's a little bit of chaos and not a lot of excitement. However, something's coming in for you. The Lovers card is coming out strong. Oh, did I not finish you, Anna? Give me 1 second. I'll do this one and then I will get back to you. So I do feel like getting into control of your life, like the other aspects that are not love, and just like working on that first, and like the love will come in while you're doing it. I'm sorry, Anna. Let go of control issues. Allow this situation to unfold naturally, okay? I don't think that I read yours out there. Sorry, Anna. Dear, how does my ex feel about me? No contact. I do like the cherries. You're very welcome, Sidra. I do feel like this person wants to come back for you because the Ace of Wands, that's getting something that you want, you know, very strongly getting something that you want. Also, they were focusing on the little things when they now are focusing on the bigger picture. There's also a feeling of investing or wanting more like from you. So it's just I feel like they do love you because the King of Pentacles upright, weirdly enough, Pentacles tend to invest, you know, so they invest in a relationship. So that's important for them to like be able to show their love and appreciation through money because that's the case. Katika says, I chat anger Scorpio now. Happy reply. We talk good in January, February. Wait longer. Seems he needs time to forget his ex. Yeah, he will need time to forget his ex because his heart is healing. But in general, yes, I do feel like this person is still really, yeah, attracted to you. And yes, you're right about the time frame. I think this person's coming back for you. You're very welcome, Anna. Sorry for the skip. Um, is anybody on first questions? Astra says, does Us find me unattractive? Why was he so condescending to me? I think that I would definitely feel. B, please put down your question. Um, so this is interesting. He blames you for a lot of things in his life that are not your fault. So that's the case. That it's not your fault. For any of this. So I don't know. He's just taking it out on you because he doesn't want to admit that it's his fault. Yeah, he's the reason that things fell apart. Yeah, I think this pattern keeps on repeating for it. Yeah, please let's, as Lotus said, because it's getting quite late here, so I won't be on for very much longer. So it'll probably be another hour, you know, at most. Okay? So I need to get through people that are first, and then we will think. Does he find no, he the hardest part is that it's not then like he doesn't find you unattractive. It's more that he's trying to convince himself that you're the person that he's got to blame for things in life. Okay? Um So B says, if I created a product, would it be successful in the future? Firstly, you've got to have a very good person marketing it. I feel like the product that you want is not going to be successful. However, I don't think that you should give up trying to create something, but do realize probably your first, second, or third product is not going to do very well. Because things have already been done, you know, and a lot of things are not going to be, you know, so it's kind of going to be like you're going to be selling old ideas because they're already out there. So find a way of marketing an idea that's not yours, uh, and do it well. So, Andy, will Kay call me today and say yes to my request? No, not today. Not today. Um, I think that he'll need some more convincing, so spend today preparing your counter arguments or ways of convincing him that you need this. Okay? Rita says, my person's current feelings, will he be back? He's not very excited right now. He's working hard. Will he be back? No. So he was lying that he wanted a family, he wanted a lot of things in life, and he just didn't. So he's not going to be back. Babless says, when will I find a new place? Okay, you need to get out of your headspace because you're not really it's not going to be good to find a home in your head. It's not in the 3D, so you might have to get out your headspace. The Empress in reverse, you're not working on creative solutions. Thank you, Lotus Rose, for that. You're not working on creative solutions for this. This is very important. There's also a Queen of Wands that can help you. So you might not be the most sociable person, and you have a friend that is a very sociable person and they know quite a lot of people. So you should ask them like they should contact. This could be also someone that works in rental properties anyway. So if they are working in rentals, you should ask them. Jenny says, does he have an attention towards me? We broke up. I don't think this person's going to be back. Sorry. So with this is that he didn't see any options with you. His heart is full. You're not going to receive like any messages from him for a very long time. And Page of Wands, he was lying to you in this relationship. Do we have another number one? First questions, please. I will be doing some second questions, but I just need the first ones first. So people feel like, okay, they haven't been waiting very long, and they've actually got their question done. So Lesito says, why does my guy friend Initial B stare at me so much lately? It's weird because I feel like this person has a friend crush on you. Like like the whole idea of like can we be more than friends at the moment. So it's kind of a hard thing to say because this person's been around for with you um for a very long time, and I feel like this person sees you going through so many bad breakups and you haven't chosen this person yet. So it's just like, when are you going to pick me? Like, when you going to see that I'm here? You know, I'm a nice guy. Why don't you pick me? So, yeah, that's why he's been staring at you lately. It's like, hey, what you doing? Being with the wrong guys. Okay, so I think those are the question ones. We'll do question twos and then I will finish up. Angela says, will I get back with my ex? Shy though. Yeah, but he's not an idiot. He's just like, well, why have I not gotta go? Why have you not chosen me? Okay, Angela, you could always laugh and say, oh, am I stupid for choosing the wrong guys? So will you get back with your ex? Yes, you will get back with your ex, but do you realize he's still very dumb? So you might have to realize that he, I don't know. Like, sometimes I sit there and go, okay, the fool is a state of being, like, people will transition out of it. This person just seems to be living their life very much like a fool. Um, so like for me, I feel like a slightly a dumber energy, but it might just be the way that they come across. Because they're quite smart underneath, they just don't show it. Oh, thank you for the donations. What's coming towards me in love? Study says, what's coming towards me in love? Well, you're working very hard on love, so you're doing really well. However, you should relax and allow things to naturally happen because someone's coming in that's going to find you cute and adorable. This person could be slightly older than you, but I don't feel like by a lot. Like maybe 6 months. Yeah, 6 months. I don't think that it's a lot, which is a weird thing to say. They're slightly older than you, but there's kind of like not that much of difference. So I don't know why I was picking that up. Love yourself first. Your self-respect makes you more romantically attractive. So I do feel like you've been trying so hard, and like the universe is like, we see that you're working hard. However, you do need a break and you need to relax. And then when you relax, then this person will come in for you. So I hope that helped. Thank you for the donation today. And a general reading. Thank you, Karen. You don't have to donate. I appreciate that though. I can't believe that I'm already been live for like 4.5 hours. It's insane. Thank you guys. So your general reading today. So this is a very interesting energy. It's like you're asking a lot of questions at the same time. Like you ask for a general reading, but these like I will go through, step through every single card because it's like there's a myriad of questions in your brain. So one thing that's coming very strongly through is take your time understanding what you want. Take your time really asking yourself the deeper question of why you want something. Instead of focusing on the smaller thing, like focusing on the immediate thing, you focus on the bigger picture. So instead of like narrowing down your focus, you see it bigger. And so soon enough, like it doesn't seem so much of a problem anymore. It's kind of like something that's not so big. Ace of Wands. So the whole idea is that you're getting something that you want very quickly. It's something that you've been needing for like 6 months or something like that. It's coming in for you. You are healing, but the healings has been pretty slow. Pretty slow, and so therefore the whole idea is it's starting to accelerate and become faster and faster. So do realize that healing is really healing right now. There is a feeling that you are missing something. There's a like a feeling like there's some information missing that you need. What is it? It's like, in the old days when you had to fill out like a paper form. You know how you go into the GP and you have to write on that like handwrite things? It's like that, but it's a little bit older. So it's kind of a hard thing to describe, but you need it. I think it's blank. Um, and so therefore you've got to find it. But that's something that you need. Or be with other papers, you know? So there you go. Hello, Aditi. Thank you for the donation. It's weird because it's like a thing. Yeah, it's like you fill it in, but it's like I'm thinking like my mom and dad's, because sometimes images come to me, but it's like on the kitchen table. I don't know whether you have a kitchen table, but that's kind of like the energy I'm getting, and it's in like papers and you have to fill it out. So do ask if you need to fill out something. They'll probably print it out again so you don't have to worry about finding it. Alia says, please guide me, ma'am. He's not happy. What lack does he feel in his emotional life now? He is my friend and married. I will help him. Unfortunately, you cannot help someone that cannot help themselves. And this person's, you know, um, a really good predictor of that. So this person doesn't accept help in forms of like money or offers of like help and support. This person will turn this down. Ace of Swords in reverse. The Okay, so it's somewhere like there. Um, the Ace of Swords, this person tends to over exaggerate, but it doesn't mean that it's not real for this person. So that's the case, is that's important. Um, because Like, honestly, he could fix it himself if he realized that it was fixable. And Empress in reverse. There's some major things that this relationship is not stable because there's nothing holding it together. So that's the case for that too. Pride and Prejudice. Does Mr. December love me? What does he say to others about me? He can't see anybody else but you. Um, there's a lot that he wants to share with you. And there's a feeling of like, does he decide that this is the relationship he wants or does he walk away? So it's kind of a feeling of he tells people how great you are, to be honest. There's no like, oh, I wonder like should I, but it's more like this person is deciding like what they want. It's kind of a thing. Um Yeah, I do feel like this person loves you, but it's more like what they need to do next. So, how can I explain it? It's like this love has conditions. So, there's no like swept off his feet or, there's more the practicality aspect, you know? So, yeah, this person does care about you a lot. There's no deep love or the lust kind of aspect. It's more like, does he still pursue this connection? Lotus says, question 2: what are my parents not saying to me at this time that saying to me that I should be aware? Stop overthinking things. Jesus. That's one of the first things they say. Keep your happiness to yourself. I don't feel like they know how different you are, but I think that they try to accept your differences. It's just very hard and very jarring to see the differences that you have versus what they normally can like deal with. And that's important for them. So yeah, that's interesting. They try to accept it, but they don't always do that. Karen says, "Do you get that it's legal paperwork for file report?" I don't think that you'll be able to find it. There's a feeling of giving up and walking away, but I think it's got some legality. So it's got something legal. Like I was thinking like doctor's form, but you've with the Hierophant it's more like wise, you know? Like legality definitely has a thing. Empress in reverse. There was you put it down because you didn't know what to write on it at the time. Like there was a feeling like you were very overwhelmed. It had been a long day and you put it somewhere and you put it in a stack of papers to remember. And so that's the case. Yeah, of course you can, Pride and Prejudice. Do realize that it is coming the end of my like night. And so I might not be long on because, it's nearly like it's 11 o'clock and I'm starting to flag. So, yeah, I do feel like if you you realize what it is, you can get it printed out again. I don't think it's a big issue instead of finding that. Ask us, we're all asking. We are all asking. Yellow envelope. No, it felt like it was. I didn't see it in an envelope. I saw it like a white paper. Like you already had it. Let me ask if it was in yellow paper. Yeah, I would say yellow. Because this is coming up very much yellow. So, yes. Okay, so give me 1 second. Twisted says general love reading. You're very welcome. Okay, so at the moment, you need to look more about your finances. There's kind of like a feeling that you don't work on your finances very well. This is important because you know what to do, but you don't do it. This is a weird thing to say because Twisted Fate, this is going to change the people that are coming in for you. Is that you'll then have the same regard for them working on their money. And so, therefore, there's no excitement here. You might actually, Twisted Fate, not bring anybody in very soon. So I think that the cards are saying work on yourself right now. Stay optimistic about your love life, positive in thinking, and faith will bring you romance, okay? Uh Mincia says, any good stuff coming to me in 2023. So the whole idea is work on your finances. You know what to do, so don't worry. Um, keep those under control. The other thing that I would definitely say, you're very welcome, is work on your healthy sense of self. So when things come in for you, good things come in for you, you're not like sitting there going, I don't trust this. I don't, it's not important to me, like, um, and so you let these things go quite quickly out of your life because you don't think it's for you. The other thing is your heart is healing. So do take time to realize that you might not be in the best place emotionally, and that's okay. But you have to pull yourself up and sit there and go, okay, like I'm not feeling great today. Is there anything I can do today to make my mood feel better? Because when we're in a higher vibration, things naturally get attracted to us because we're open to the possibilities. Like it's not just like, oh yeah, things come in because you're like vibrating at the right like, you know. No, if you're in a good mood, anything around you, you notice it more. Like you see the colors, you see the depth, you see the flavors, you eat food and it tastes amazing. Olaf says, is Oliver still attracted to me? What does he feel from my side? I don't think that he is attracted to you. Mostly because I think he tries not to, you know. Um, so he's not really doing that. So I do feel like he is trying not to think about you, and that's why he's not attracted to you as much anymore. Like Ajibaji. I know. Sorry about that. I have to remember Baji and Baji. Baji, Baji, and Baji. It does sound. The problem is, like English speakers, this is why we butcher words. Um, I have it in purse, felt overwhelmed, didn't fill it out to file a complaint. It was weird. Like, honestly, I was like, it's important to you. I'm glad it didn't get lost though. Because I was like feeling like you took it out, you opened it up, and you didn't do that. Oh, what does he feel? Oh, sorry. I did only see the attracted. What does he feel from? Oh, okay. So what? Sorry, Olaf. Come and eat. I will. I will. I will come to India at one point of time. I have a friend over there, so I should come. I love Indian food. Okay. You're very welcome. So, what does he feel from your side? Like, almost a queenness, like almost like you wanting your attention and not wanting it. I'm in the UK, yay! That'd be awesome. I will. I would love that. Um. So yeah, it's like I think it's funny. Pakistani, awesome. That would be so lovely. I haven't had any Pakistani food. Um, so you'd have to teach me all about it because I've only had Indian. Pakistani, half British. Awesome. So sorry, Olaf. I'll get back to chat soon. So the thing is, like, I think you're teasing. A teaser. You're very like you're like want attention, don't want attention. Attention, not attention. And you keep your happiness to yourself. So you radiate quite a lot of like happiness. So that's important because like your happiness radiates out, but you don't overspend it on people. Which is good because then you don't get overwhelmed. Okay? Same as Indian? Oh, there's no difference. I know there's a lot of things over here that obviously are British cuisine slash Indian, Sagittarius Bell says, has my sister turned my parents against me that I should know about? She does complain a lot about you and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think she's turned your parents against you, but she is a complainer. Does he think I am attracted to him? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there's like this thing. A question two, I miss my family, but I feel it's best to stay away. Is that the right decision? I think at this point of time, while you're trying to figure out who you are, you're very welcome, Sagittarius. That yes, it's better. I don't think that you're very welcome, Moonseer. No, same. Okay. Because what is it like butter chicken and stuff like that is a British dish. Um, so yeah, there's a fear aspect. If you let go of them, like they'll forget you. That's important. So that's the hardest part of this is that you have to let go of your fear and go back. Yeah, so I honestly think that you need to grow in yourself first and then come back to this relationship with your family. Who's left? Moonlight says, any good news coming to me soon. So after I think Citra is the last one today. So you will get last call. And then I'll do Karen because she is my moderator and she gets her reading at the end. So what is it? Any good news? Yes. So your world is incredibly balanced. So love and money will flow equally in for you. There's a feeling of like a connection. I usually say this is a love relationship, but I feel like it's more a mentor. So the mentor is teaching you, guiding you. This could be a life mentor, this could be a work mentor, but it's like seeking out someone that will help you, guide you through life and guide you through making money. That's an important thing. So I would seek out someone in your life that is doing very well. Queen of Wands in reverse. You might be putting too much of yourself in one thing. So that's the case today. Is like you're putting yourself into one thing when you see a bigger kind of broader view. But that's important. And I think overall that would change the energy. Yes, so we have two Q&As. They will be the 24th and the 31st for members. So you will be able to come in, and if you're a member, you can ask as many questions as you like. And that will mean that there's only like 5 or 6 of you right now. Citra says, "Does Sultan love me?" So I do feel like this person loves you, but they also want your attention. So it's like me all the time. So this person's got kind of a little bit of selfish love in general, and that's important. So that's the case. And there's feeling like you should give up and walk away because this person doesn't know what it is to have reciprocal love. You know, they don't really work on the reciprocal. So that's important because you want that love, but they want it for your things, you know. So real love says what's coming towards me in love, his character. So this person's very discerning. They're very fast and agile and making decisions. So they pretty much are very fast. I think they might act before they even think about it, but they're a very intelligent person. The chariot in reverse. So this person stays very close to home. So they look after family, but I feel like they run more than one business and they trust the universe to go where they need to go, you know? So it's kind of a weird thing where you have this very caring person, but yeah, very much a leader. Uh, very strong, very strong leader vibes. So they do kind of have understanding a very big personality, but I do feel like a very young person. You're very welcome, Sidra. So they're probably the same age as you, to be honest. But they already have 2 businesses. Divine Soul, thank you for the sticker. What question do you want to ask? Yeah, please tell me if you donated by PayPal because I've got to double check. Sebahar says, can I have a love reading for 2023? Okay, so you already have a heart on offer from someone. Whether you take that or not is up to you. there's also a feeling of getting out of mental struggle. So there's kind of been a mental struggle about love that you're releasing. There's also a feeling of non excitement when you should really work on your excitement. Love yourself first. Your self respect makes you more romantically attractive. So it might be that you don't feel like you're lovable. Question: what does Vincent want out of a connection? So, Divine Soul, what was your question for today? Or was it just a sticker? Um, this is hard. I feel like this person stirs up trouble for fun. No, I don't see any heartbreak. I'll show you which card would be heartbreak. So if you have Three of Swords upright, this is a heartbreak card. So that's the case. So yeah, I feel like this person picks trouble when it's not exciting, and it might be because they had a very negative um relationship with their parents. Like their parents fought a lot, so do realize when they sometimes have fights with you, it's because it's too boring, and so therefore do realize that that could be a cycle that they're in, but they're willing to stay in this relationship, but do realize that in general they're not very great with conflict de-escalation, not conflict avoidance. So real love, I already did your question. Playfulness to recapture romance, allow your inner youthful spirit of fun to shine. Hello, Maine. How are you? Uh, Divine Soul says, does Erwin take readings on me? If yes, does readers tell him? What do readers tell him? Does he also check online readings, which I take about him or not? No, he doesn't take online readings. Because he doesn't believe in them. He thinks that they're all made up and there's no truth in that, and he'd rather take his own um fate in his own hands. So he's very much a cynic. However, he thinks or assumes that he knows you very well. So I don't think that he needs um a a tarot reading to know who you are. So that's important. So Edgar says a question, a love message from Lane, please. This person's very heartbroken, even though they're really focusing on their head right now. Like, I don't know whether it's like a head injury or their head. There's something about like their head being hurt. Their heart being hurt by you, but their head's hurting. Um, you know, they feel like your energy is still with them. That's the biggest thing, is like that your energy is still with them in general, and they try to get rid of thinking about it, but they can't. Yes, so avoids is often. Okay. I do feel when he gets how would I explain it? Like bored, he picks fights more. I'm good. Quills and Quotes says, will I get married in 2024. Focus on the present, don't focus on the future. Let go of fear about getting married too soon. So the cards are saying no, but it's like it'd probably be better for you to be that thing. He knows one reader B from whom I used to take a reading. Does he check her online readings with me? Like, he understands that you want to do it, but no, he doesn't, unfortunately. I think it would be really interesting to see what he thought, but I do feel like that's the case. Um, I think he's just not interested, unfortunately. You're very welcome. A general, so after All About Maine, I am finishing up for tonight. Or I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin. Okay, right. Ah, you're very welcome. Okay, Karen, what's your question? So a general for All About Maine. So you need to work a lot more about reducing the chaos in your life. And also stop listening to other people. They're kind of putting you in your headspace where you, how would I explain it? You question yourself because other people make you question yourself. But you've got to realize that everyone around you is very different from you. So you shouldn't like think about it too much about, okay, like I don't want him to know either what I'm asking. Fair enough. I don't blame you. Um so that's an interesting thing where I would sit there and go, okay, like you should diverse your life right now and pursue what you want to do. You're very close to achieving your goal. Bring love into the situation, and a new romantic cycle begins for you. There you go, All About Maine. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for being patient. Karen, what's your question, my love? Before I finish up tonight, thank you so much for everybody for the donations. I appreciate it so much. Oh, let me. Oh, that was a crack. You're very welcome. What do you get around the outcome of the person you're investigating? Lee said I will be back tomorrow because I'm finishing up for tonight. Sorry that you just missed me. But you know, I will be back tomorrow. So what are you investigating? This is weird because this person hides a lot in plain sight. I'm picking more up about you than them. Yeah, they hide a lot. I did do yours, real love. I did yours like 5 readings ago. You can go back in time. Karen, do you remember when real life had their reading? So you can go back in time and check it, but it's about 5 readings ago. Okay? I'm sorry that I did say but you might have not heard me. So Knight of Wands, yeah, don't rush in full-heartedly, Karen, because the whole idea is that they tend to hide, and they'll be hiding quite a lot. They tend to have a very over inflated ego when it comes to life. So they tend to be very cocky, maybe a little bit narcissistic. That's what I'm picking up. With the Lovers upright and Queen of Pentacles in Queen of Wands in reverse. Did you have a relationship with this person? Because, like, honestly, there is that tie. And that's what's confusing me. Scroll back to 40 minutes. Okay, brilliant. I do free readings, but unfortunately, Mango, we're finished up for tonight. Do subscribe and turn the notification bell on, and I will be back tomorrow. Did you hear this, Karen? Did you hear it, or do I need to go through it again? Yeah, so it was weird because this person still, like, loves you in a way, and you're still very focused on this person. So it's kind of a hard thing because you need to separate yourself from this person. So it's hard because that needs to be severed. For you to be really, like, impartial, and be very honest. Is it okay? Let me ask the pendulum, because I can't say for yes or no yet without the pendulum. Okay, is it the person that Karen said? No, apparently. Says really no. Is this someone still that Karen knows? Does she know them but not in a romantic way? Okay, so yes. So does this person have romantic feelings for you? Mm. Pendulum's being a little bit hard today. Uh liking this question though. Okay, so I said, do they have romantic feelings for you? And it said, try again. And I said, do they love you? Yes. So there's someone that you know. Initial. Okay. I think there's a B. BL? Like first name B, last name L. It's very confusing. I don't know how much, yeah, I can get from this, unfortunately. It's like two people instead of one person. Let me ask. Two people? So it's two people, not one. Karen, I wish that I could say that I knew more. Last name Bill? The last name Bill. Yes. Weirdly enough, it's saying yes. No, it says Bill. Let's ask about themes. Themes. Says try again, so it's like Bill. Bill is a yes. Yeah. Yeah, but I think that I'm picking up the you said about your investigation. So it was a weird thing for me. Yeah. So Bill, yeah, that's the right person. Getting very confused here. It's like two separate people that you're asking about, you know. So I hope that helped you, because I don't know. So if that's the only question, Karen, I will finish up tonight. Because I'm feeling tired. Okay. Right. 13, I'm finished up for tonight. I will be back tomorrow though. Okay. Right. I see, Karen. Well, I'll talk to you tomorrow. So I'll see you soon. No worries. I am beat. I am absolutely beat. So I'll be like sleeping as soon as I hit the hay. Yep. See you, Fatin. See you, Karen. Lots of love to you both. Have a good night.